Chapter 3366. Mother, why do they keep looking at us? Howard asked in a low voice. He saw that the people behind them were looking at them from time to time. Some of them were even walking behind them. They were looking at them while whispering to them. Fengjiu smiled slightly and said, "You have to get used to this kind of gaze. When you grow up, you will still encounter such things. You just have to be yourself in the face of their curiosity and sizing you up. You don't have to care about their sizing up and discussion." "Oh," Howard responded and looked away after glancing at them. "Howard, take this." Guan Shilin bought a stick of candied haws from somewhere and handed it over. "Thank you, Uncle." Howard thanked him and reached out to take it. He took a bite. It was sour and sweet. It was very delicious. "Is it good?" Guan Shilin asked with a smile. "It's good," Howard responded with a big smile on his face. They shopped on the streets and occasionally entered some rare shops to buy some more expensive things. When they arrived at the west of the city, it was already evening. Qin Xin helped them book a lantern boat and let them all board. She sat at the bow and took out her zither to liven things up. Howard couldn't stay in the cabin and went to the bow. He saw Qin Xin playing the zither and the boatman rowing the boat at the stern. His mother and uncle were chatting in the cabin. Therefore, he lay down on the deck and reached out to play with the lake water in front of him. "It's so cold. The water is so clear. I wonder if there are fish in it?" Howard said as he looked into the water curiously. He played with it with his little hands and could only faintly use his fingertips to pick up a few drops of water. "Little master, you can't lie down and play with the water like this. It's very dangerous." Qin Xin stopped playing the zither and looked at Howard and said softly, "I won't fall in," Howard said, and played with the water again. He asked, "Will there be fish in the lake?" "There will definitely be fish in the lake." Qin Xin put away the zither and walked to Howard's side to guard him in case he fell into the lake. "It would be great if I could go into the lake to catch fish. It must be very fun." After all, he was a 6-year-old child, and his nature was naturally playful. Qin Xin smiled and was about to speak. Suddenly, her expression changed. She reached out and picked up Howard, who was lying on the bedboard. Then, she quickly stepped aside. It was also at this moment that a hand suddenly shot out from the originally calm surface of the lake. That hand directly reached out from the water to grab Howard. If she hadn't reacted quickly and carried Howard away, Howard would probably have been pulled into the lake by that hand. The sound of splashing water broke the calm surface of the lake. Almost at that moment, more than 20 figures flew out from the bottom of the lake. They pointed their swords at the ship and quickly attacked. If one paid close attention, one would notice that those people looked like they were attacking Fengjiu and the others, but in fact they were targeting Howard. Fengjiu and the others flew out from the cabin. Seeing the surrounding black-clothed people, her eyes turned cold. She emitted a suppressive force from her body with her as the center. The powerful force instantly shocked those black-clothed people, making them unable to move. Chapter 3367. Roar! How! Cried out in shock when he saw the huge mouth of the beast and the sharp teeth of the beast swaying in front of his eyes. Just as the beast was about to bite him, a ray of light suddenly flashed out of Howard's body and a wolf howl sounded. In the next moment, the snow-white silver wolf that suddenly appeared tore off a piece of the beast's flesh. Roar! Awoo! Fengjiu and the others came to Qin Xin's side to protect Howard. At the same time, their eyes flashed when they saw the snow-white silver wolf that rushed out. After calming down for a while, Fengjiu's spiritual power surged. As the flames burned, a whirlpool suddenly appeared on the calm lake. The whirlpool was so big that it pulled the surrounding lake water up. Just as the boat was about to fall in, Fengjiu and the others stepped on the wind and flew up. They even grabbed the old man rowing the boat and brought him to the shore. Just as they flew out of the whirlpool, the boat on the lake was also swallowed up and disappeared into the whirlpool. Looking at the disappearing black figures, Fengjiu's eyes flashed. He pursed his lips, and no one knew what he was thinking. Guan Shilin looked at this scene and frowned. They were clearly here just now. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. He looked at Fengjiu and asked, "What do you think? Right now, who was it that was attacking them? Moreover, They actually used the power of the lake water to activate the teleportation array. After the sneak attack failed, they didn't continue fighting and quickly left. That well-trained method and the intention to attack Howard. Could it be that these people were sent by the Sovereign of Sky Reaching? Now that both sides had agreed to battle at Mount Shao, they actually wanted to capture her, but to threaten them? Qin Xian brought Hao back to the shore. Feng Jiao and the others also landed one after another. He came to them and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Qin Xian said, and looked at Hao. "Mother, those people want to capture me." As Hao spoke, he couldn't help but shudder. Just now, that ferocious beast suddenly opened its big mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and pounced on him. The kind of fear of being devoured in the next moment made his heart tremble violently. Feng Jiao rubbed his head and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the silver wolf that was pouncing on the lake water. He looked at her with excitement and joy and then looked at Hao. "Go back to the space first," Feng Jiao said and glanced at the wolf, telling to go back to the space to avoid causing too much commotion. She walked forward and released her divine sense to scan the lake before her, saying, "Someone has set up a teleportation array here, and its aura is very strong. I think it might really be Sovereign Tong Tian. Right now, apart from Sovereign Tong Tian, no one else would have any ideas about Hao. However, Sovereign Tong Tian was a sovereign after all. How could he still think of using despicable means to capture Hao after the battle on the summit? This was too despicable. It seems that he doesn't have the confidence to defeat Moze. Otherwise, why would he think of capturing Hao? Guan Shilin said, and looked at Feng Jiao. "Keep a close eye on Hao during this period. Don't let anything happen to him. It would be really troublesome if Hao fell into the hands of the Sovereign of Sky Reaching." Chapter 3368. When the group returned to the residence, Feng Jiao took Hao back to his room to rest. Seeing that his face was still pale, she asked, "Are you afraid?" After all, he was only a 6-year-old child. Even an adult would not be able to calm down when he saw the ferocious beast pouncing on him and biting him. "Yes," Hao replied. He held her hand with both hands and said softly, "Mother, I'm very useless?" He did not want to be afraid, but when he thought of the previous scene, he could not help but feel afraid. "It's okay. Hao is already very powerful." She patted his hand and coaxed softly, "Be good. You'll be fine after sleeping." Hao listened to her and closed his eyes. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, he thought of the ferocious beast pouncing on him and opened his eyes again in fear. "Mother, Hao doesn't dare to sleep." Seeing that he was frightened, Feng Jiao's eyes flashed with worry. She comforted him softly and said, "It's okay. Mother will chat with you. Let's let Qin Xian come in and play the zither. We can chat while listening to the zither, okay?" "Yes, Mother, stay with me. Don't go." He held her hand tightly, afraid that she would leave. "Okay, Mother won't go," Feng Jiao said softly and called out, "Qin Xian." Qin Xian walked in from outside and called out, "Master." She looked at Hao on the bed. "Qin Xian, play a song." Feng Jiao looked at her, but did not say what song to play. "Yes," Qin Xian responded and walked to the side to sit down. She took out the zither from her space and played a calming lullaby. The pleasant sound of the zither rang in the room. The sound of the zither was gentle and seemed to brush past Hao's fearful heart. He gradually relaxed and blinked his eyes to look at Feng Jiao sitting by the bed. Feng Jiao accompanied him and told him the funny stories when she pretended to be a beggar. As time went by, he gradually fell asleep under Qin Xian's hypnosis. She couldn't help but feel sorry for the little fellow who was still holding her hand tightly, even though he was asleep. This child was really frightened today. In the past, he had brought him to the forest for training, but he had never experienced such a situation where he almost died in the mouth of a beast. Today seemed to have frightened him quite a bit. "Okay, he's asleep," Feng Jiao whispered to Qin Xian, indicating that she didn't need to play anymore. Feng Jiao carefully pulled her hand out of his grasp and covered him with a quilt. Then, she walked out with light footsteps. Qin followed behind her and left the room. When they arrived at the courtyard, Feng Jiu glanced at the room and said, Qin Xing, you stay here and look after how? Yes. Qin Xian responded and watched her and Lung Shuang turn and walk out. Only then did she go back to the room to guard. In the hall, Guan Shilin and the others were all there. At this time, when they saw Feng Jiu come in, they asked, How is how? Just now, the boy didn't look right. He seemed to be frightened. He was a little frightened, but he's fine. He's asleep. Feng Jiu said and sat down in the main seat. He said to Du Fan and the others, Investigate who those people are. In addition, strengthen the patrol in the mansion and pay more attention to the city. Yes. Chapter 3369. Aren't you planning to leave for Mount Peng in a few days? Are you bringing Hao with you? Wanyan Qianhua, who was sitting at the side, asked her. Yes, I'll be more at ease with him by my side, Feng Jiu said. Seeing this, Wanyan Qianhua said, I think I can help you look after Hao on this trip. If you bring him to the sect, he should be very safe. The sect of the Cerulean planet? Feng Jiu shook his head. It's not safe there either. There's some demonic cultivators hiding there. I met them last time, but I don't know if they've been caught. Is that so? Wanyan Qianhua was slightly surprised. She turned her beautiful eyes and asked, You've only been back for a few days. What did you go to the sect? Why didn't I know about it? Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled embarrassedly. I didn't go for long. I went for a while and left some instructions for CK and the others. Then I came back. Oh, Wanyan Qianhua nodded, but her eyes were still on Feng Jiu. Obviously, she didn't believe what she said. After giving instructions to everyone in the hall, Feng Jiu and Wanyan Qianhua walked to the backyard. The two chatted as they walked. After they sat down in the pavilion, Wanyan Qianhua rested her chin on her hand and looked at her with her beautiful eyes, asking, You went to the sect to look for Junju Shang? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Feng Jiu smiled. I've been curious about what kind of person Junju Shang is for a long time. I never had the chance to meet him. So, after you got drunk that night, I went to the sect to see what kind of man could make you fall in love with him. So she looked at her with a smile and said, I did see him. I wanted to take a look and leave, but who knew that he would discover me? However, I don't think his condition is too good. Wanyan Qianhua, who had been listening quietly, saw her stop after she finished speaking. He couldn't help but look up at her. The situation isn't good? What do you mean? He has an inner demon, so he must have been tormented by it. When I arrived, it was already very late, but he was still awake. He was sitting there reading a book, but he didn't turn the page for a long time. Clearly, he was distracted. That's right. I left a corner of my clothes hanging down at that time. He probably mistook me for you when he didn't see me. Feng Jiu smiled. When she thought of Junju Shang's expression at that time, she knew that he wanted to know. At least, after meeting him, she didn't think that he wasn't attracted to her sister. Wanyan Qianhua listened in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Sister, I don't think he has no feelings for you. From my experience, he should have fallen in love with you, but he doesn't know it. Feng Jiu sighed softly. She looked at her in a daze and said, The person you fell in love with is not an ordinary person. He is the leader of the Carefree sect, a cultivator who is many years older than you. There are too many obstacles between the two of you. It won't be easy to overcome them. I don't have feelings for him anymore, Wanyan Qianhua said with a cold face. He turned his gaze elsewhere. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and agreed with him. Yes, you don't have feelings for him. He has fallen in love with you, but he doesn't know how to say it. You should just ignore him and let him be troubled by his inner demon. Who asked him to make you sad? Isn't that right? Chapter 3370. Looking at her expression, Feng Jiu patted her hand and stood up. Sister, I'm going to find Zay. You can sit here for a while. With that, she left first. It was better to let them deal with their relationship problems themselves. Even if she wanted to help, she had no way of doing it. Especially when her sister said that she didn't love him anymore, but she couldn't let go of him in her heart. She was also someone who had been through this. However, her relationship with Zay had always been stable and trusting. There had never been any doubt, betrayal, or sadness. Therefore, compared to them, the two of them were really very happy. Moreover, they were preparing to get married. After they got married, they would have their own children and a family that belonged to them. Thinking of this, her footsteps became lighter. She walked all the way to the back of the mountain and arrived at the cave residence. Seeing Mose sitting cross-legged inside, she sat down beside him. "Why are you here?" Xianyuan Mose opened his eyes and looked at her. Recently, he had been quietly cultivating here. He wasn't cultivating, but meditating. Fengjiu reached out and hugged his arm. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said, "Today, I took Hao out to play. We encountered an ambush, and Hao was frightened." Xianyuan Mose frowned slightly. "Who was it? Do you have any clues?" With their current reputation, someone actually dared to ambush them? It could be imagined that the other party had a motive. We don't know if it was Sovereign Tongtian's people, because those people were targeting Hao. She sighed softly. He was frightened and couldn't sleep when he came back. I asked Qin Xin to play a hypnotic calming song to make him fall asleep. I heard from Elder Mei that he has already informed his biological parents. After seeing his parents, if he is willing, let him go back. Perhaps Feng and the others will be better taken care of. Moreover, with Sovereign Xuanwu's current strength and power, he should be able to protect him. Hearing this, Fengjiu was silent for a moment. Then she said, "We'll see about this when the time comes. What kind of people his biological parents are, we still have to meet them and know." Xianyuan Mose's lips curled into a faint smile. He reached out and hugged her, letting her lean into his embrace. The two of them sat together quietly, feeling each other's presence. When the sky darkened, the two of them left the back of the mountain together. When they walked to the front of their courtyard, Lung Hua came up to them. "Yamagod, Master." Lung Hua bowed to the two of them and then stepped forward. "Young Master Mo Chun is here. He is sitting in the courtyard." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose's expression changed slightly. His deep gaze looked toward the courtyard in front of him. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Fengjiu, on the other hand, was delighted. "When did they arrive? Why didn't you call us?" As she spoke, she held Xianyuan Mose's hand and walked forward. Lung Hua slowed his steps. He beckoned a servant girl over and gave her instructions. Then he walked inside. He didn't enter the courtyard, but stood outside. And Mo Chun, who was drinking tea in the courtyard, heard Fengjiu's voice before he even saw her. When he heard her voice, his hand paused. A dark light flashed through his deep eyes. When he looked up again, that light had already disappeared. Chapter 3371. Mo Chun, it's really been a long time. How have you been? Fengjiu stepped forward with a smile. As he stepped forward, he loosened his grip on Xianyuan Mose's hand. Xianyuan Mose lowered his gaze and looked at his empty hand. For some reason, he felt a little gloomy. He pursed his lips and glanced at Mo Chun, who was dressed in spotless white robes. Then, he stepped forward and sat down beside Fengjiu. "It's been a few years since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever." As Xianyuan Mose spoke, he looked at Nalen Machin with a deep gaze. Compared to 5 years ago, Xianyuan Machin now had an extra sense of stillness. He could clearly feel that Nalen Mose was smiling, but it felt very distant, especially the faint light emitted from his body, which was very conspicuous. It made him look like a luminous body in the night. Hearing their words, Mo Chun smiled warmly. He looked at them and said, "When I came here, I went to the Divine Temple on my master's orders and took over the position of Divine Temple Son. I've been cultivating in the Sacred Tower for the past few years. I only came out recently." In a few words, he briefly recounted what had happened in the past few years. He looked at the two of them and said, "It seems that you've had a lot of opportunities in the past few years. In 5 years, you've already become experts at the Divine King level." Fengjiu looked at him and smiled. "We've only been able to achieve this speed because of the help of pills. But you're different. You've taken one step at a time, and now you're at the peak of the high god level. You're only one step away from becoming a divine king." He smiled and did not say much. He only said, "I heard that you've arranged a battle with Sovereign Tongtian on Mount E." "Yes, that's right," Xianyuan Mose replied. "Are you confident in a one-on-one battle?" Mo Chin asked. "It shouldn't be a problem," Xianyuan Mose said. "That's good." Mo Chin nodded. He glanced at Fengjiu and said to Xianyuan Mose, "You're not alone. You have to think about Gio. If you don't have the confidence to fight, you should avoid it. Hearing his words, Fengjiu chuckled. Don't worry. Zhe knows what he's doing, and I have confidence in him. Imochen looked at her gently and asked, How have you been these past few years? When Xianyuan Mose heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, She's doing well. You don't have to worry about her. By the way, after the Battle of Mount Shao, we'll prepare to go back and get married. You must come to our wedding then. Fengjiu glanced at Xianyuan Mose, who was rushing to speak, and smiled at Imochen. I've been doing well these past few years. We're going to get married, so you must prepare a congratulatory gift. You must come to our wedding as well. Hearing their words, Imochen smiled and asked, Are you going back to the Phoenix Dynasty to get married? Yes, we're getting married from the Phoenix Dynasty. Xianyuan Mose said, I'll definitely be there. I'll also prepare a generous gift for you. Imochen said gently and looked at Fengjiu. Jiu, I think you'll be happy when you marry Mose. Yes, we'll be happy. Fengjiu held Xianyuan Mose's hand and looked at Xianyuan Mose with a blissful smile. They looked at each other and smiled. Fengjiu looked at Imochen and said sincerely, Imochen, whoever marries you in the future will also be happy. Chapter 33:72. Leng Hua ordered the servants to serve the food and wine, and let the three of them have a small gathering in the courtyard. That night, he listened to them chatting and laughing until late into the night. I can't drink anymore. I'm going back to rest. You guys should sleep early too. Imochen stood up, his footsteps slightly unsteady. Leng Hua, take Imochen to rest. Xianyuan Mose called out to Leng Hua outside. Yes. Leng Hua walked in and said to Imochen, Young Master Imochen, this way please. Thank you. He nodded to Leng Hua, then followed him out. Watching Imochen walk away, his figure swaying slightly, Fengjiu said, He drank a little too much tonight. It seems like he has something on his mind. Xianyuan Mose reached out and hugged her waist, saying, Don't worry. He'll be fine. He'll be fine after a good night's sleep. His deep eyes watched the white figure gradually disappear into the distance. When it disappeared from his sight, he held Fengjiu and walked to the back room, saying, You smell of alcohol. Why don't we take a bath? Yes, it'll be easier to sleep after a bath, Fengjiu said, then called out, Lang Shuang, get someone to prepare water for a bath. Yes. Outside, Lang Shuang came out of nowhere. After responding, she left. Compared to the two smiling people here, on the other side, Imochen entered the room, took off his coat, and lay down on the bed. As soon as he lay down on the bed, his whole body relaxed. He thought about what had happened tonight. He thought about the happiness in Fengjiu's eyes when she looked at Xianyuan Mose. He smiled and closed his eyes, murmuring, As long as you're happy. As long as you're happy. The next morning, Wanyin Xianhua was waiting for Fengjiu in the front courtyard. When she saw her come out, she said, Xiao Jiu, I'm going back. I came to tell you. Back to the sect? Fengjiu looked at her and asked. Yes, there are some things I need to take care of, she said, looking into the distance. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled, saying, Okay, then I won't keep you any longer. In a few days, we'll go to Sun Mountain. After the Battle of Sun Mountain, we'll go back to the Phoenix Dynasty to get married. You must come then. Hearing her words, Wanyin Qianhua revealed a charming smile. She reached out to hold her hand and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely go, and I'll definitely bring you a big gift. Fengjiu pursed her lips and smiled, saying, Then I'll thank you first, sister. She paused and looked at her. After hesitating for a while, she said, Sister, although I feel that this is your Junjushang's relationship and I can't help much, I want to give you a piece of advice. Follow your heart when it comes to relationships. Most of the time, no one is right or wrong. As long as you follow your heart and don't have any regrets, it will be fine. Hearing this, Wanyin Qianhua was silent for a while. Finally, she nodded, saying, Don't worry. I know. The two talked for a while, then Fengjiu saw her out. After watching her leave, she turned around and went back to Hao Er's courtyard to see how he was today. Master, Qin Xian saw her come in and stood up to greet her. Chapter 33:73. He's been sleeping since last night. Chin Xin said as she looked at Hao, who was lying on the bed. Go and rest, Fengjiu said as he walked up to the bed and sat down. Katomi bowed and left the room, gently closing the door behind her. Fengjiu sat by the bed and looked at Hao, who was sleeping soundly. Her heart softened. He had grown up from a small ball in her arms like a kitten. She had seen him grow up bit by bit over the years. The little guy was so good-looking. When he grew up in the future, he would definitely be a handsome man. She couldn't help but chuckle when she thought of the many women who adored this little guy in the future. Mother! Hao opened his eyes in a daze. He rubbed his eyes and looked at his mother, who was sitting by the bed and smiling. You're awake? Are you hungry? She asked with a smile. She took him out of the quilt and helped him put on the clothes at the head of the bed. Yes, yes. Hao nodded and looked at her with sleepy eyes, letting his mother help him put on his clothes. Go and wash up. I'll wait for you outside. Fengjiu rubbed his head, carried him out of bed, and motioned for him to wash up by himself. Hao answered and walked out. Fengjiu went outside to wait, while instructing the maidservants who were guarding outside to prepare breakfast. Not long after, Hao came out and held Fengjiu's hand. Let's go. We'll eat in the main courtyard. Your father and uncle are there, Fengjiu said, and led him to the main courtyard. In the main courtyard, the maidservants had already served porridge. They usually ate simple and light breakfast. Xinyuan Mose and Guan Shilin sat and chatted while waiting for Fengjiu and the others to come. You can go back with the Jew and the others first. I still have to prepare some betrothal gifts, so I might be back later. I'll have to trouble you with the wedding, Xinyuan Mose said to Guan Shilin. Hearing this, Guan Shilin laughed heartily. You don't have to worry. I'll arrange your marriage personally. When we get back, I'll ask my adoptive father and the others to choose an auspicious date for you. Thank you. The corners of Xinyuan Mose's lips curled up. He was in a good mood. Morning. Mo Chen's voice drifted over. The two people in the courtyard looked towards him and saw that he was still dressed in white, exuding the aura of an immortal. Guan Shilin stood up and said with a smile, Have a seat. I just arrived too. Let's have breakfast together. A Jew hasn't woken up yet, Mo Chan asked as he looked at Xinyuan Mose. She's up. She went to Hao Er's place. She should be here soon, Xinyuan Mose said and motioned for him to sit down. The maidservant once again set a set of chopsticks and bowls. Guan Shilin also sat down and said with a smile, We were just talking about their marriage. Those who have been married know that marriage is a major event in life. There are many things that need to be done. Marriage is a major event. Naturally, there are many things that need to be prepared. However, with your help, I think it will be easier for them, Mo Chan said with a smile. He looked at Xinyuan Mose and said, It hasn't been easy for you to come this far. Now that you're married, you should cherish each other more. Especially you should treat a Jew better. Xinyuan Mose glanced at him and said, She's my wife. She's the woman I love. Naturally, I'll pamper her and love her. Chapter 3374. You're all here. Fengjiu held Hao Er's hand and walked in. When she saw the three men sitting and talking in the courtyard, she smiled and said to Hao Er, Remember to greet him. Call the one in white Uncle Nalen. Okay. Hao Er responded and looked at the man in white. He blinked and whispered to Fengjiu, Mother, this uncle is very good-looking. His father was also good-looking, but not that kind of good-looking. This uncle in white gave him the feeling of an immortal. After hearing his words, he showed a gentle smile and looked even better. Although Hao Er's voice was lowered, who present could not hear his words. For a moment, Guan Shilin laughed loudly. Mo Chen's smile also deepened. Xinyuan Mose glanced at Mo Chen as if he couldn't see what was good about him. Fengjiu chuckled and scratched Hao Er's nose. Hao Er will be very good-looking when he grows up. Father, Uncle Nalen. Hao Er stepped forward, bowed to them respectfully, and greeted them one by one. Mo Chen took out a jade pendant from the space and handed it to him, saying, This is a meeting gift for you. Seeing this, Hao Er raised his head and glanced at his mother, asking silently, Take it. Fengjiu smiled and gestured. Thank you, Uncle Nalen. Since his mother had spoken, he stepped forward and took it. Then he thanked her and played with the jade pendant in his hand. Come, mother will help you tie it around your waist. Feng Jiu took the jade pendant from his hand and tied it around his waist. Looking at the jade pendant hanging down with only a tassel missing, she smiled and said, Later, let Qin Xin tie a tassel for you. You'll look even better. Okay, Al responded and sat next to her. Eat first. The porridge is getting cold. Xinyuan Mose scooped a bowl of porridge for Feng Jiu and Hao and gave them some snacks to eat. When they were almost done eating, outside the mansion, a spirit beast carriage stopped in front of the door. A man and a woman got out of the carriage, and a man in black came forward and knocked on the door. Elder May was guarding the door. When he heard someone knocking on the door, he opened it. Just as he was about to ask who it was, he saw the two people standing in front of the spirit beast carriage. His expression changed, and he hurried over. Master, madam, why are you here? Elder May asked while looking around, saying, Come in. The black tortoise monarch supported his wife as they walked inside. The 8 black-clothed men behind them also walked in. In the mansion, Lung Hua and Du Fan were talking when they saw Elder May greet a group of people. The man in the lead looked extraordinary. After he came in, his sharp eyes looked around. Seeing this, the two of them looked at each other and walked forward. Du Fan smiled and asked, Elder May, these two are? His gaze fell on the man and woman. These two are the little master's biological parents. Elder May said. He looked at Lung Hua and said, Lung Hua, Miss and the others should be in the main courtyard. You go and report. Lung Hua replied before withdrawing his gaze, and then he turned around and left. Chapter 33:75. The black tortoise monarch nodded and led his wife inside. He secretly observed the layout of the mansion, as well as the people in the open and in the dark. With his cultivation base, it was easy for him to know that other than the people in the open, there were also quite a number of people hiding in the dark. Looking at the two men just now, they had an extraordinary bearing. If it wasn't for old May's simple introduction, he wouldn't have been able to tell that they were just servants of the mansion. In the hall, the servants served tea and retreated. Du Fan greeted them in the hall. In the main courtyard behind, Feng Nine and the others, who had already asked the servants to remove the food on the table, were chatting when they saw Lung Hua come in. Master, Lung Hua called. Feng Jiu glanced at him. The black tortoise monarch and his wife are here. They are in the front hall, Lung Hua said and glanced at Hao. Hearing this, Feng Jiu instinctively looked at Hao. For a moment, he was silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Xinyuan Mo stood up and said, Let's go take a look. Let Hao meet them. Okay, Feng Jiu responded. He held Hao's hand and said to Guan Shilin and Mo Chun, Have some tea first. Let's go meet the guests. Go ahead. The two nodded. Seeing Xinyuan Mo's and Feng Jiu take Hao out of the courtyard, Mo Chun looked at Guan Shilin and asked, Why is the black tortoise monarch here? When did they meet? Guan Shilin smiled and said, They have never met before. However, it is said that the black tortoise monarch is Hao's biological father. I think they are here to take Hao back. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed softly. But Hao grew up by Little Nine's side and has never met his biological parents. Now that he's going back with them, I reckon he won't be willing to part with Little Nine and Mo's. Hearing Guan Shilin's words, Mo Chun was a little surprised. He did not expect the child's biological father to be the black tortoise monarch. But Feng Jiu, was she willing to let them take back the child she had raised for 5 or 6 years? Mo Chun, I have known you for many years, but I have never seen you with any woman. Have you not met anyone you like all these years? Guan Shilin asked with a smile. Looking at the seemingly otherworldly immortal in front of him, he was a little curious. In all these years, he had never seen him treat any woman differently, except for his sister, Feng Jiu. However, Mo Chun and Xiao Jiu had known each other for many years. In the past, it did not feel like he had any romantic feelings for her, so he should not have any improper thoughts about Xiao Jiu. After all, he had watched Mo's and Xiao Jiu go through all the trials and hardships together. A person like him would naturally not get involved in other people's relationships, nor would he fall in love with the other party after knowing that she already had someone else in her heart. However, he had an inexplicable, strange feeling that he was treating Xiao Jiao differently from before. Hearing Guan Xilin's question, Emo-chan smiled gently. I am a person who has cut off all 7 emotions and 6 desires. These things do not belong to me. Cut off all 7 emotions and 6 desires? Guan Xilin was stunned. What is going on? Chapter 3376. Guan Xilin stared at him in a daze. Emo-chan was clearly smiling, but there was a sense of loneliness in that smile. He was clearly sitting in front of him, but he gave off an ethereal and distant feeling. In life, there were 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. If there were no emotions, then what was the meaning of life? You once said that it was to protect Xiao Jiao. Guan Xilin looked at him, his heart heavy because of his words. Emo-chan took a sip of tea and said gently, Yes, she is the star of the phoenix, and I am her guardian star. It is my responsibility to protect her. As he spoke, he smiled again. This is a responsibility that I was born with. Even if the star of the phoenix was not Fengjiu, I would still do the same. Guan Xilin was silent and did not speak. How could he not know what he was talking about? He said that even if the star of the phoenix was not Xiao Jiao, he would still do the same. Haha, that was impossible. He knew that Emo-chan treated Xiao Jiao differently. If the star of the phoenix was not Xiao Jiao, why would he accept the position of the son of the saint to protect her? Enter the sacred tower to sever all emotions and desires to inherit the sacred power? In the end, everything he did was for Xiao Jiao. Thinking of this, he sighed softly in his heart. Emo-chan was outstanding. She was outstanding in every aspect. Moreover, she wholeheartedly cared for little Nine, wholeheartedly protecting her without asking for anything in return. If not for the fact that Xiao Jiao and Mose were already in love, it would be hard to say who Xiao Jiao's heart would belong to. At the same time, Xinyuan, Mose, and Fengjiu, who were leading Hao forward, each held one of Hao-er's hands. The little guy did not know that the guests in front of him were his biological parents, so his steps were light, and his face was overflowing with smiles. At this moment, Fengjiu looked at Hao and stopped in his tracks. He said softly, Hao, do you know who your mother is bringing you to see? Guest, Hao said, looking up at her. Fengjiu smiled and reached out to caress his tender little face. They're your biological parents. They're here. They're in the front hall. Mother, bring Hao to meet them. Hearing this, the smile on Hao-er's face disappeared. His little face turned cold, and even his little mouth was tightly pursed. He looked unhappy. Fengjiu squatted down and held his little face in his hands. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Mother, I don't want to see them. I don't want to go back with them. I don't want to leave father and mother. It's enough for Hao-er to have you too. I don't want anyone else to be Hao-er's father and mother. He pouted, his eyes reddened, and his face was full of grievance. When Xinyuan Mose heard this, he could not help but sigh in his heart. This child had been raised by his side for 5 to 6 years, and he was indeed very considerate. However, even if they wanted to keep him, his biological parents would not be willing to let him stay by their side. Hao-er, be good. Let's go meet them first. Mother won't let them take you away just like that. Fengjiu comforted him and kissed him on the cheek. Only then did she hold his hand and look at Xinyuan Mose. Let's go. Let's meet them first, Xinyuan Mose said. He also held his hand and led them to the front hall. Chapter 3377. A man and a woman with an extraordinary bearing walked in. The man was wearing a black robe, looking calm and luxurious. The woman was wearing a red robe, looking wanton and flamboyant. Between the two of them, there was a small figure wearing a small white robe. The fitting clothes set off the small figure's exquisiteness and unparalleled exquisiteness. The little person's exquisite face and familiar eyes made her eyes redden. Tears welled up in her eyes, blurring her vision. This was her son. This was her son. She was so emotional that her body trembled slightly. However, when she saw her son's cold and distant gaze, her heart clenched tightly in pain. Wife! Monarch Xuanwu stood up and walked to her side. He held her hand and patted it gently to comfort her. He also looked forward and calmly sized up the black-robed Xianyuan Mose and red-robed Fengjiu. These two were indeed like dragons and phoenixes. Their auras and appearances were peerless. Even if he stood in front of them, his aura would not be as dazzling as the two in front of him. This kind of kingly aura was extraordinary. It was no wonder that they were recognized as the Emperor Star and the Phoenix Star. I've long heard of your names. Today, I finally get to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Monarch Xuanwu brought his wife forward and bowed to the two of them. As a monarch, bowing to the two of them could be said to be extremely important and respectful. This was not only because of their strength, but also because they had saved his son and raised him. Therefore, the respect he had for them was full. "Yama Lord, Ghost Doctor," Monarch Xuanwu's wife called out and bowed slightly. Seeing this, Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu looked at each other and said, "Please sit." Fengjiu gestured for them to sit. Only then did he sit down with Xianyuan Mose. How? Stood beside Fengjiu, his small hands tightly holding Fengjiu's hand. He only glanced at the two people when he came in, then lowered his eyes and didn't look at them again. In his opinion, they were here to take him away. He didn't like them. Even if his mother said that they were his biological parents, in his eyes, they were like strangers. "Yama Lord, Ghost Doctor, let me introduce myself first. My title is Black Tortoise Sovereign, my surname is Dongfang, and my given name is Che. This is my wife, Sima Lanxin. We came here not only for our son, but also because we heard that you and Sovereign Tontian were going to fight at Mount Shao. We wanted to help you." Monarch Xuanwu looked at them and said, "I've been fighting against Monarch Tontian for many years. I know him well. If it's a one-on-one fight, he'll definitely use some tricks." Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu looked at each other and didn't say anything. When they saw that Sima Lanxin's eyes were fixed on Hao, Fengjiu said, "There's no rush. We can talk about it later." She looked at Hao and brought him forward. She said softly, "Hao, come and greet them." Hao raised his head and looked at the two people who were looking at him with hope. He pursed his lips and lowered his head, unwilling to greet them. Seeing this, Sima Lanxin's tears fell from her eyes. She wiped her tears and said with a choked voice, "Child, I am your mother." Chapter 3378. Hearing this, Sima Lanxin's face turned pale. She looked at the child's angry expression and the way he hugged Fengjiu tightly. She felt her heart clench tightly, as if someone was cutting it with a knife. It was so painful that she found it difficult to breathe. "Hao, you can't do this." Fengjiu sighed softly in his heart. He looked at the pale Sima Lanxin and said apologetically, "Don't take it to heart. You just can't accept it for a while." I know, Sima Lanxin replied. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said, "I didn't come to take him away. I just want to see if he was doing well." Hao pursed his lips and looked at her with a straight face. "I want to be with my father and mother. I don't want to go with you. We are not others. We are your biological parents." The Black Tortoise monarch saw that his son did not recognize them and sighed his heart. They did not raise him by their side. So what if he was their biological child? Wasn't he still alienated? Xianyuan Mose glanced at the couple and then looked at Hao. He saw the little guy hugging Fengjiu tightly, as if he was afraid of being taken away. He said, "Hao, they specially came to see you. No matter what, you should greet them." Hao pursed his lips when he heard his father's words. He glanced at him, then at the two people, and finally at his mother. "They're your biological parents. You should greet them," Fengjiu said softly and stroked his head. Seeing this, Hao walked away from Fengjiu's side and walked towards the Black Tortoise monarch and his wife. He knelt down in front of them. Hao greets father and mother. He didn't want to call them father and mother. His parents were here. His parents were one of a kind. The Black Tortoise monarch couple saw the little person kneeling in front of them and could not help but feel moved. They quickly helped him up. Good son. Ha, good. Sovereign Black Tortoise was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Hao was held in the arms of the two. His small body was also stiff. He stood there stiffly, not knowing what to do. Feng Jiu shook her head inwardly when she saw him like that. She said to the two of them, "It's rare for the two of you to come here. Why don't you stay here for a few days? This way, they could get to know Howard better. If that's the case, then we'll have to trouble you." The two of them did not refuse. After all, they knew that such an opportunity was hard to come by. If they wanted their children to accept them, they had to spend time together. They chatted in the hall for a while. Hao was originally in Sima Lanshin's arms, but in the end, she couldn't resist Hao Er's struggle and let him go back to Feng Jiu's arms. Feng Jiu asked Elder Mei to take them to rest. Then, he and Xinyuan Mose brought Hao Er back to the main courtyard. On the way, Feng Jiu asked, "Hao Er, what do you think of them?" "Nothing much." Hao Er pursed his lips and looked at her worriedly. "Mother, don't chase Hao Er away, okay? Hao Er wants to follow father and mother." Chapter 3379. "Really?" Hao Er raised his head and asked. "Really?" Feng Jiu answered with a smile. Hearing this, the little guy secretly planned in his heart. Since his mother said so, as long as he didn't agree to go back with them, he could always stay by his parents' side. At noon, Sima Lanshin came to the main courtyard to find Feng Jiu and Hao Er. She wanted to spend more time with him and let him gradually get familiar with her. Xinyuan Mose, the Black Tortoise Monarch Guan Shilin, and the others were in the main hall talking about the sovereign Tongtian. On the other side, in the cerulean sect, Junju Shang, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Without anyone to take care of him, no one knew that he had fainted. In the evening, a middle-aged man from the carefree sect came to the house where Junju Shang was staying. He knocked on the door and called out, "Sect Master?" For a long time, no one answered. He called out twice more, but still no one answered. He pushed open the door and walked in. He saw Junju Shang lying on the ground in his white clothes. He was vomiting blood on the ground. Some of the blood had even stained his white clothes. It was a ghastly sight. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "Sect Master!" He quickly ran forward to help him up and gave him a simple check. His heart couldn't help but sink. After helping him lie down on the bed, he quickly rushed out. After returning, Wanyan Qianhua wandered around the sect. In this sect, she didn't take a step into Junju Shang's house. Today, she walked around the other places and saw the cultivators who gathered in the sect. Those cultivators said that they wanted to fight the sovereign Tongtian. However, since the sovereign Tongtian and Xinyuan Mose agreed to fight on the peak, these cultivators didn't leave. Instead, they said that they would find a time to leave together and go to the foot of the peak. As for those people, she didn't pay much attention to them. After seeing them, she forgot about them. Seeing that it was getting late, she jumped down from the tree and walked towards the main peak. However, after walking for some distance, she heard some disciples in the sect discussing. Hearing those voices, she could not help but stop in her tracks. Just now, the elder of the Xiao Yao sect hurriedly went to the Medicine Mountain to find some alchemists. He said that their patriarch vomited blood and fainted. Was this for real? Junju Shang, the leader of the Carefree sect? He is an expert whose strength is comparable to our sect master. Why would he suddenly vomit blood and faint? I don't know. The pharmacists of Medicine Peak were all invited over, but they all walked out shaking their heads. They seemed to be saying that it was quite serious. I just saw the sect master and a few supremacies go over to take a look. What should he do? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect vomited blood and fainted in our sect. If anything happens to him, it will be our responsibility. Listening to the disciples' discussion, Wanyan Qianhua was stunned and couldn't take a step forward. The voices from earlier echoed in her mind. Junju Shang vomited blood and fainted, and it seems very serious? How could this be? Chapter 3380. Her mind was blank as she walked forward. When she came back to her senses, she had already arrived at the courtyard where Junju Shang lived. She looked at the pharmacists who were shaking their heads as they walked out. She pulled one of them and asked, "How is he? Is it serious?" Seeing that it was Wanyan Qianhua, the pharmacist who was being pulled said, "The situation is not very good. He has lost consciousness. Can't you cure him? Is he injured? Or is he possessed by his inner demons?" Asked Wanyan Qianhua. She was clenching her fists. He's possessed by his inner demons. We don't know. The old pharmacist shook his head and walked away. He murmured, I wouldn't have thought that someone like the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect would be trapped by his inner demons one day. Nobody can avoid such a thing. Wanyan Qianhua stood there in a daze. Inner demons? She couldn't help but remember what Fengjiu had told her. He had said that he was possessed by his inner demons and that no medicine was effective. She walked in with heavy steps. When she came to the room, she saw the sect leader talking to a few supremacies. She walked forward and looked at them. Miss Wanyan, you're here. The middle-aged man who was guarding the bed saw her and hastily greeted her. He knew that the heart demon of the sect leader was none other than Miss Wanyan. Now that the heart demon had formed, blindly suppressing it would only make it stronger. In a situation like the sect leaders, no matter what kind of divine pills or miraculous medicine they used, it was useless. He was suffering from heart disease, and a heart disease could only be cured by heart medicine. Wanyan Qianhua didn't reply. She just looked at Junju Shang, who was lying on the bed. His face was pale, and his breathing was weak. His face was as white as a sheet of paper. He didn't move at all. It was as if he was sleeping forever. She couldn't help but feel nervous. She thought that he had let go. However, when she saw him like this, she realized that he had always been in her heart. She had never let go. She had been deceiving herself all this time. The sect master and the other supremes were surprised to see Wanyan Qianhua crying in front of the bed. They couldn't help but look at each other. They gestured with their hands, and a few of them left the room. Even the middle-aged man was called out by them. When they were outside, the sect master looked at the middle-aged man and asked, What's going on between her and your sect master? His intuition told him that there was something between them that they didn't know. He couldn't help but think of the time when Wanyan Qianhua was injured and stayed in the carefree sect to recuperate for a long time. After that, she didn't return to the sect, but went out to gain experience. Now, looking at these two people, it seemed that something was wrong. The middle-aged man sighed. Miss Wanyan was the cause of my clan master's inner demon. Hearing this, the supreme headmaster and the others' expressions changed. Their eyes flashed with surprise. The inner demon was caused by Wanyan Qianhua. Everyone present was smart. As soon as he said this, almost everyone understood what was going on. Alas, since ancient times, love is the most difficult. I didn't expect your sect master to be the same. Forget it. Since this matter was caused by her, she can only solve it. The sect master shook his head and left with his hands behind his back. Chapter 3381. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened. All right, I will let Miss Wanyan know. He sent them off with a smile before returning to his room. When he entered the room, he saw Wanyan Qianhua sitting by the bed without saying anything. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on his sovereign. Seeing this, he sighed softly and said, Miss Wanyan, you don't know, but the sovereign hasn't been doing well these past few years. As he spoke, he looked at her, paying attention to the expression on her face. When he saw her expression change slightly, he continued, This heart demon has been with him for 5 years. The last time I met you on the road, I wanted to tell you, but the sect leader didn't let me. In fact, even if the sect leader didn't admit it, I can see that the sect leader has you in his heart. It's because he has you, but he doesn't dare to love you, that the heart demon has grown and trapped him. Miss Wanyan, the sovereign hasn't had a good night's sleep these past few years. That year, when you left under the cover of night, the sovereign was worried about you and followed you out. That year, he sent you to the family at the foot of the mountain and even watched over you for an entire night. He waited for your fever to subside before returning to the sect. Because he didn't want you to know, he repeatedly instructed that family not to reveal anything to you. As the middle-aged man spoke, he told her all these things that she didn't know. That year, when he found out that she was recuperating at the foot of the mountain after she left, he went to ask around and found out. However, the sovereign never mentioned these things. When Wanyan Qianhua heard this, she suddenly stood up and turned to leave. Her expression was even colder than before. Miss Wanyan, where are you going? The middle-aged man saw her stand up and leave and couldn't help but follow her out. Wanyan Qianhua stopped in her tracks and coldly glanced at him. Do I need to report to you where I'm going? No, it's like this. Just now, your sect master asked you to stay here and help take care of. Before he could finish his words, he saw that the red-clothed Wan Yin Qianhua had already left with a cold face. Seeing her turn and leave without hesitation, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what he had said wrong. Why did she suddenly turn hostile? Everything was fine just a moment ago. Wan Yin Qianhua, who had turned to leave, was now filled with anger. Everything that the middle-aged man said reminded her of that miserable and sad night 5 years ago. He was the one who pushed her away with his own hands. He was the one who used such hurtful words to chase her away. Why should she care about his life and death now? The raging flames of anger burned away her rationality, causing her heart to undulate and her breathing to become slightly chaotic. She only felt that if she did not vent this anger, she really did not know what she would do. Therefore, she did not return to the main peak. Instead, she went directly to the ferocious beast forest behind the sect. She went there alone to fight and vent the anger in her heart. She was angry at herself. She was angry at herself for caring about his life and death. She was angry at herself for not letting him go after so many years. She was angry at herself for being so indecisive. Feng Jiu didn't know what was going on in the sect, but CK and Mu Xin were here. Because this matter had something to do with Wan Yin Qianhua, the two of them discussed it and reported the situation of the sect leader to Feng Jiu. Chapter 3382. Look at you. Are you trying to hit on someone again? Xin Yuan Mose walked over and saw her eyes darting around with a glint in them. There was an inexplicable smile on her lips, and he knew that she was thinking about something again. Feng Jiu reached out and grabbed him when she saw him. She smiled and said, "Of course not. I just thought of a way to break the strange relationship between my sister and Junju Shang." "Oh, what do you mean?" Xin Yuan Mose looked at her with amusement and asked. "You see, both of their hearts belong to each other, but they refuse to admit it. My sister seems to have been hurt by Junju Shang, and Junju Shang is the kind of person who would rather suffer than lose face. He's putting on airs as the patriarch of the sect. He doesn't seem to have any distracting thoughts. It'll be very difficult for either of them to break this situation." She became more and more excited as she spoke. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. She said with a smile, "So, we have to use extreme methods in extreme times. Let my sister force herself on him. It'll be best if she can get pregnant in one night." Hearing her bold idea, Xin Yuan Mose raised his eyebrows and said, "Force herself on him? And get pregnant in one night?" He looked at her with a pair of deep black eyes with an indescribable expression. "What do you think? What do you think of my idea?" she asked with a smile. "If you use it on me, I'll definitely clap my hands and cheer." Xin Yuan Mose thought to himself. When he thought about what she said about forcing herself on him, he couldn't help but clear his throat. "Are you sure that the two of them love each other?" He cleared his throat and cleared his throat. "Of course. I'm never wrong about people. Also, CK and the others just sent me a message. They said that Junju Shang's heart demon acted up and he fainted. After my sister went to see him, she ran into the ferocious beast forest." Feng Jiu said inside, "Say, my sister is beautiful, strong, and has a good family background. She has a lot of young men who admire her, but she fell in love with Junju Shang. Don't you think this is fate? Was it tribulation? Although Junju Shang has a good appearance, he's not young anymore. It's no wonder that he doesn't dare to admit his love." Hearing her words, Xin Yuan Mose chuckled and reached out to hold her in his arms. He said, "If you love someone, you have to say it. Age is not a problem. It's just that he doesn't dare to look at it. With his cultivation and mentality, he might not care about what the world thinks of him. It's just that he hasn't reached a point where he can go without hesitation." He paused for a moment before continuing. In other words, his love for Wan Yin Qianhua hasn't reached the depths of his bones, to the point where he's completely irrational and reckless. That's why I should help them, Feng Jiu said with a smile. She withdrew from his embrace and said, "Actions speak louder than words. I'm going to refine some pills now. I'll send them to her later." Seeing that she was about to do it, Xin Yuan Mose stopped her and asked seriously, "How do you know that Wan Yin Qianhua will agree to your idea? You're forcing her to force herself on him and make her pregnant after one night. This isn't something an ordinary woman can accept. Also, do you know the consequences she'll have to bear if she does this? Chapter 33:83. She looked at him and said, "Do you think my sister is a woman who cares about what others think of her? She has always lived as she pleases and has never cared about what others think of her. Plus, her temperament is not something an ordinary woman can compare to. Since she has already fallen deeply in love with someone, she will not be moved by another man in this lifetime. If it were another woman, they would not be able to bear the consequences. But she can." She smiled and said, "Plus, right now, she is angry. She is angry that Junju Shang broke her heart back then. Now, if I tell her this idea, based on my understanding of her, she will definitely agree." She pursed her lips and smiled. "I don't believe that after one night, Junju Shang will still be able to maintain his demeanor as the sword master Xiao Yao and treat this night as a dream. Just wait and see. When that time comes, he will be the one chasing after my sister." After hearing what she had to say, Xinyuan Mose felt strange. "You've even considered this?" "Of course." She smiled and raised her chin. "I am the ghost doctor, Fengjiu. How can I not calculate this?" Seeing her proud look, he remembered the scene when he first met her. He couldn't help but chuckle and ask, "Then if I didn't chase after you, and you're the one who was moved by me first, would you also force yourself on me?" Hearing this, her clear eyes flashed with a smile. She looked at him and asked teasingly, "You seem to have a special liking for forcing yourself on me? If that's the case, I can help you." "Yes, when we help you, I will let you do whatever you want," Xinyuan Mose said with a smile. Hearing this, Fengjiu pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay, I will give you a surprise when the time comes." She chuckled and said, "I will go and prepare the dance first. My brother is with Hao Er and the black tortoise monarch in the garden. If you don't want to go, then go find Imo-chan for a drink. Go." Xinyuan Mose gestured for her to go about her business. When he saw her leave the courtyard and walk towards the pill courtyard, he called for people to prepare food and wine to be sent to Imo-chan's courtyard. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and went to Imo-chan's courtyard to drink with him. 2 days later, in the vicious beast forest, Wanyan Xianhua was resting under a tree. Her red clothes were torn by the branches, and her body was stained with some dust. She had hunted many vicious beasts in the past 2 days, and there was not a single injury on her body. With her cultivation, it was already impossible for the ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast forest to harm her. After venting her anger, she gradually calmed down. She sat under the tree and raised her head to look at the leaves above, as well as the azure sky that was faintly discernible through the leaves. Perhaps she had suddenly sensed something. With a thought, she took out a flashing jade card from the space. When the voice from the jade card entered her ears, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flicker. Her originally listless appearance gradually returned to its normal state. "Force myself on him," she muttered. Her expression was a little surprised, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Her heart was faintly moved. If she forced herself on Junju Shang, what would the consequences be? If she could really get pregnant in one night, then what would she have to face? For a moment, she thought in her heart. Wanyan Xianhua had never cared about the opinions of the world. She only needed to know what she wanted. Chapter 33:84. Immediately, she leapt up from the ground. Taking a deep breath, she headed towards Sifang City. The next day, Wanyan Xianhua arrived at the Feng Manor. Entering the manor, she headed straight for the main courtyard. When she arrived, she saw a few unfamiliar faces. Glancing around, she recalled what Fengjiu had said to her a few days ago. Thinking about it, those two should be the black tortoise monarch and his wife. "Sis, you've come." When Fengjiu saw her, he smiled and excused himself from the people in the courtyard. He then walked towards Wanyan Xianhua and reached out to hold her hand as they walked out. "Those are Hao Er's birth parents?" Wanyan Xianhua asked and glanced at her. "You're letting them interact like this. Aren't you afraid that Hao Er will leave with them?" Fengjiu smiled. "Since they are Hao Er's birth parents and have come from so far away, how can I not let them interact for a while? Besides, with their strength and cultivation and how, Er's blood relationship. I feel that it's not bad for how to have a few more people to take care of him. Only you're magnanimous. You've raised a son for a few years, yet you're not afraid of him being snatched away. As Wang Yin Qianhua spoke, the two walked to a pavilion in the garden and sat down. She said, I came after hearing your news. Do you really have that kind of medicine? Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled. Sis, I am the ghost doctor. What kind of medicine can I make? Moreover, this kind of medicine that can make a woman pregnant in one night is not difficult to make. As for you, have you really decided? Wang Yin Qianhua glanced at her. If I hadn't decided, do you think I would have come? Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled somewhat mischievously. Sis, you really dare to force yourself on him? Will you? As she spoke, she took out a book from her space and handed it over. Smiling, she said, Here, this is what I prepared for you. Take it back and take a look. Wang Yin Qianhua glanced at her. After taking the book and flipping it open, her face turned slightly red. She angrily said, I'm not a little girl who doesn't know anything. How could I use this kind of book? As she spoke, she pushed the book back and said, You, on the other hand, will be getting married soon. You can read this book. Feng Jiu smiled and took out 2 pills from her space. She opened the 2 bottles and put them on the table. She said, Sister, look, there are 2 pills here. One is cyan and the other is red. Give the cyan one to Jun Jushang and the red one to Jun Jushang. You have to take the red one before the battle. Do you understand? But that Wang Yin Qianhua hesitated. Her beautiful face flushed red, and she was conflicted. He's still unconscious. You can't let me do that kind of thing to an unconscious person, right? Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled. What's so difficult about that? Why don't we just wake him up? But can he wake up in his current condition? Wang Yin Qianhua's eyes flashed. Didn't you see? He's lying there weakly. His face is as white as paper. In his current condition, if I really do something to him, can he withstand it? Chapter 3385. Hearing this, even Wang Yin Qianhua's face became hot. She glared at her and put away the 2 pills on the table. She asked, You haven't told me how to wake him up. Feng Jiu smiled slyly, leaned forward, and whispered a few words in her ear. Finally, she said, That's all. Hearing her words, Wang Yin Qianhua paused and asked, Can I really get pregnant after one night? She couldn't help but look forward to it. She even wanted to see how Junju Shang's perfect mask would crack. Don't worry. With the pills I've refined, I guarantee that you'll get pregnant after one night. She said with a smile, then asked, But, sister, after you've done this, you're not planning to stay in that sect, are you? How is that possible? Wang Yin Qianhua looked at her. After this, I'll leave immediately. I've decided to go back to the Wang Yin clan in the lower realms. I'll call 13th uncle to go back with me. Also, aren't you going back to get married? I want to attend your wedding banquet as well. She had already made up her mind. Once the matter was done, she would quickly leave so as to avoid being caught by Jun Jushang. She couldn't guarantee that he would still be able to act like an immortal after she forced herself on him. Who knew what that man would be like when he went crazy? It was better for her to leave as soon as possible. That's good too. We won't be staying here for long. After we deal with Sovereign Tian, we'll go back to get married and stay for a while. Feng Jiu smiled at her. When you feel bored in the Wang Yin clan, you can go to the Phoenix Dynasty. Although there's no dynasty system there, it's still a good place. Also, you can stay in the Peach Blossom Cove for a while. Amen, I know. Wang Yin Qianhua replied. She stood up. Then I'll leave first. When you fight with Sovereign Tian, you must be careful. We will. Feng Jiu also stood up and personally sent her out. After she left, he didn't rush back to the main courtyard. Instead, he sat in the garden for a while and took out some wine from his space to drink. Why are you sitting here drinking by yourself? Your sister left? Imo Chin walked over from not far away. He had originally wanted to return to the courtyard to rest, but when he saw her, he walked towards the pavilion. Feng Jiu heard the sound and looked back. Seeing that it was him, he smiled. My sister just left. She had something to do and didn't stay long. As she spoke, she took out a cup from her space and poured a cup for him. Try it. Imo Chan sat down across from her. He took a sip of the wine and said warmly, This spirit wine is not bad. It's from my personal collection. She smiled and winked. I wouldn't take it out for an ordinary person to drink. Looking at her smiling face and her eyes full of slyness, Mo Chin's smile deepened. It seems that I'm not an ordinary person in your heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to drink this spirit wine from your personal collection. Our years of friendship aren't for nothing. She smiled. We're preparing to go back to the lower realm. Are you staying here or going back home to take a look? Chapter 3386. Feng Jiu nodded. That's true. You came here with us, and you've been here for 5 years. It's time to go back and take a look. Mo Chin drank a glass of wine and put it down. He watched as she poured another glass for him. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at her and asked gently, Ajio, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and looked at him. What question? Ask away. He picked up the wine glass and swirled it gently. His eyes met hers, and he asked, How did you fall in love with Mo Zhe? Hearing this, Feng Jiu was stunned, and then she smiled. That smile came from the bottom of her heart, and tenderness and sweetness appeared in her eyes. Him? I don't know how I fell in love with him. I only know that since we first met, we didn't get along well, and we caused quite a few things. Feng Jiu smiled and took a sip of wine. Actually, when I confessed to him and asked him how I felt, I didn't give him a definite answer. Instead, I made a promise of 10 years. But she shook her head and smiled. Although it was a promise of 10 years, we hadn't been apart for 10 years. When we met again, everything went smoothly and we naturally got together. Mo Chun took a sip of wine and lowered his eyes. Not long after, he looked up at her and asked gently, Is he the only man you've ever loved? Upon hearing his voice, Feng Jiu turned to look at him. She couldn't help but be stunned by what she saw. The smile in her clear eyes gradually faded, and the smile on her face also faded a little. She looked into his deep eyes, as if she could see the person hidden in the depths of her heart through those eyes, and remember that dust-covered memory. Was it her imagination? She suddenly felt that Mo Chin's eyes were very similar to that person's. When she regained her senses and wanted to take a closer look, she saw that his deep eyes were calm. There was only a hint of curiosity. She couldn't help but smile and shake her head. What was wrong with her? How could he let his imagination run wild? Feng Jiu picked up the wine glass and downed it in one gulp. She poured another glass and downed it. Only then did she lower her gaze and slowly say, In this world, Zhe is the only man I've ever loved. However, in my previous life, I once deeply loved a man, but he died later on. As she said this, Feng Jiu picked up the wine glass and downed it again. When Mo Chan heard this, he lowered his gaze and said, I can only say that you and that person are not fated to be together. He is not the one you are destined to be with. However, he can be considered lucky to have made you fall in love with him. Feng Jiu didn't say anything. He just poured another glass of wine and drank it. Because he recalled the events of his previous life, he recalled that person's gaze before he died. His heart was still somewhat shaken. Although so many years had passed, and she had already let go of this feeling and accepted a new one, he was still someone she had once loved. No matter how much time had passed, there would still be traces left in her heart. When she picked up the wine glass again, Mo Chin's slender hand stopped her. He took the wine glass from her hand and put it down. She looked at him quietly. Mo Chin smiled helplessly and said, You've already drunk a lot. You can't just drink like this just because it's a precious wine, right? That's too wasteful. Chapter 3387. Seeing her smile, he stood up and warmly said, You drank quite a bit on an empty stomach. It's easy for your head to get high. I'll have Lung Hua send you back to sleep. After saying this, he didn't wait for her to say anything before walking out of the pavilion. Lung Hua was in the front yard. Because he knew they were drinking, he didn't walk too close. Only when he saw Mo Chun walk out first did he walk over to greet him. Young Master Mo Chun. Lung Hua bowed. Lung Hua, your master drank quite a bit on an empty stomach. She's at the pavilion. Go send her back. Let her sleep for a while. As Mo Chun spoke, he turned around to look. He saw Feng Jiu in the pavilion, holding her face with one hand and swirling a wine cup with the other. He looked away and indicated for Lung Hua to go forward. Lung Hua looked towards the pavilion and nodded. Okay, I understand. He watched him leave before walking towards the pavilion. Master, Lung Hua called out. Looking at her, he asked, Master, do you want to go back and rest? Everything was fine. How had she gotten drunk? Feng Jiu supported herself on the table and stood up. She smiled and said, I only drank a few cups. I'm not drunk. All right, there's no need for you to send me back. Go do what you need to do. I'll go back on my own. As she spoke, she waved her hand and walked out of the pavilion. Seeing this, Lung Hua followed from a distance. He didn't go forward. That's right. Master didn't seem drunk. But what were they talking about? Thinking of Mo Chen's expression when he left, although he was smiling, he still felt a strange sense of loneliness. On the other side, after Wanyan Qianhua left the Feng Manor, she headed towards the sect. When she returned to the sect, it was almost evening. She first returned to the main peak to take a bath. After relaxing for a while, she went to Junju Shang's courtyard when the sky turned dark. The moment she entered the courtyard, the middle-aged man who was guarding the courtyard welcomed her with a pleasantly surprised expression. Young Miss Wanyan, why are you here? The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised. He thought that she would not come back after leaving in anger. He did not expect her to come back. She must be worried about their sect leader. Wanyan Qianhua glanced at him and asked, Is he still asleep? Sect leader hasn't woken up yet. He's been sleeping. Miss Wanyan, why don't you go in and take a look? The middle-aged man said as he hurriedly invited her in. Wanyan Qianhua paused for a moment before entering the room. She saw that Junju Shang was still quietly lying on the bed as if he had fallen asleep. Seeing this, Wanyan Qianhua stepped forward and took out a bottle of nutrient solution from a space. Then she said to the middle-aged man, Help me lift him up. All right. The middle-aged man stepped forward and stared at the transparent bottle in her hand. He hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Miss Wanyan, what is that? Was he going to feed it to the sect leader? What does it do? Wanyan Qianhua glanced at him and said, This is a nutrient solution made by Feng Jiu. It can nourish the body's muscles. Your sect leader is currently unconscious and hasn't eaten anything. His body won't be able to take it for too long. Chapter 3388. Wanyan Qianhui glanced at him and said, You can go out. I'll stay here. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was startled. He glanced at her and smiled. All right, I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything. With that, he turned around and walked out, closing the door behind him. After Wanyan Qianhua watched him leave, she carefully fed him the spiritual liquid in her hand. Looking at the unconscious Junju Shang, her eyes flashed. After feeding him the spiritual liquid in her hand, she helped him lie down. She sat beside him and stared at him, as if she was thinking about something. After about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, she walked out and said to the middle-aged man outside, I'll come back tomorrow. Oh, all right. Rest early, Miss Wanyan. After watching her leave, he walked into the room. Seeing that the sect master's complexion was better than before and his breathing was more stable, he couldn't help but feel relieved. For the next 2 days, Wanyan Qianhua would go over at night and feed Junju Shang the spiritual liquid. On the night of the 3rd day, when she went over, the middle-aged man in the courtyard welcomed her happily. Miss Wanyan, our sect master is awake. Hearing this, Wanyan Qianhua took a step forward and her eyes flashed. He really woke up. This time, sect master woke up so quickly because of Miss Wanyan. Miss Wanyan, thank you so much. All right, sect master is waiting for Miss Wanyan inside. Miss Wanyan, please go in. The middle-aged man's face was full of smiles. After bowing, he left the courtyard. Wanyan Qianhua stood in the courtyard for a long time and didn't go in. In the room, Junju Shang, who heard her coming, didn't see her for a long time. He paused for a moment and walked out. Why don't you come in? He stood at the door and looked at her in the courtyard. His voice was as indifferent as before, but there was an unknown dark light in his eyes. Wanyan Qianhua looked up and saw him standing by the door. He was wearing an inner robe, and his outer robe was simply draped over his body. His black hair was draped over his back. His handsome face was much better than a few days ago. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on her. She didn't know what she thought of, but she pursed her lips and walked forward. Go back and lie down as soon as you wake up. I don't have so much spiritual liquid to feed you. Jun Jushang watched her walk past him and into the room. His expression softened a little. He turned and walked into the room and sat at the table. Thank you for these past few days. As he spoke, his gaze fell on her face. Looking at her taut face and indifferent appearance, his gaze could not help but darken a little. Wanyan Qianhua met his gaze indifferently. His voice was calm as he said, I am only repaying the kindness of the past. Hearing this, Jun Jushang fell silent. Wanyan Qianhua also fell silent. The two of them didn't say anything and sat there awkwardly. After a long time, Wanyan Qianhua said, Since you're awake, you don't need to take the spiritual liquid. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. She stood up and didn't plan to stay for long. Wait. Jun Jushang called out and stood up as well. Since you said you want to repay me, then stay in the courtyard and take care of me these days. Chapter 33:89. Jun Jushang clenched his fist and coughed softly. He looked away and said, My body hasn't fully recovered yet. I can't leave my side. You said that you want to repay the kindness of those years. Then, stay and take care of me for a few days. Hearing this, Wanyan Qianhua's eyes flashed slightly. A strange feeling flashed through her heart. Her gaze also fell on his face, sizing him up, trying to guess his intentions. After a while, she said indifferently, I will find time to check on your health, but I won't stay in this courtyard to take care of you. Then she walked out and said without looking back, You're the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. It's easy to find someone to take care of you. The elders of your sect are waiting outside. Jun Jushang heard her voice disappear. He looked up and saw that she had turned around and left. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He stood there in silence. He didn't know what he was feeling. On one hand, he didn't want to get close to her. He didn't want to have anything to do with her. However, when he woke up and found out that she had been feeding him and taking care of him, his heart couldn't help but tremble. The demon in his heart had become an illness because of her. If he didn't have her in his heart, he wouldn't have been tortured by the demon in his heart. However, he had never experienced. His heart was in a mess. He couldn't think clearly. He didn't know what to do. Wanyan Qianhua left. His words echoed in her ears. She couldn't help but snort coldly. What did he think she was? Do you think you could drive her away just because you want her to stay? Was she, Wanyan Qianhua, the kind of person who could be ordered to come and go as he pleased? She narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips. Her heart was burning with anger. It was good that he woke up. Looking at him, he should be able to take care of her tomorrow. She wanted to see if he could still look at her with that cold face when she forced herself on him. She had to admit that at this moment, she wanted to tear off that cold and indifferent immortal mask on his face. She wanted to see his perfect mask crack. She wanted to see if he would go crazy. Would he also lose his composure? Another day passed by like this. Until the evening of the next day, Wanyan Qianhua finished dealing with the matters at hand. When he felt that he could leave the sect after finishing his business, he took a bath and went to Jun Jushang's courtyard. Since she was forcing herself on him, she naturally couldn't wait for him to fully recover. Once he recovered, it wouldn't be so easy to do things. But now, he had already woken up, and his body had gradually recovered after a few days of recuperation. At least, well, there wouldn't be the awkward situation that she was worried about. Jun Jushang was lying on the bed, resting with his eyes closed. The middle-aged man beside him was standing beside the bed, asking him about his body's condition. He also asked if there was a need for an alchemist to come and take a look. He spoke for a long time, but the sect master did not respond. Thus, just as he was about to ask again, he saw the sect master open his eyes and look towards the door. Sect master, what's wrong? The middle-aged man asked. He also looked towards the door. Seeing that there was no one there, he said, Young Lady Wanyan hasn't come yet. In fact, he was very doubtful. Since the sect master had woken up, would Wanyan Qianhua still come? You can leave, Jun Jushang said, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 33:90. The middle-aged man retreated and closed the door. When he arrived at the courtyard outside, he saw Wanyan Qianhua standing at the entrance. He didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing this, he smiled and walked forward. "Miss Wanyin, you've come. Clan leader is waiting for you." Hearing this, Wanyin Qianhua smiled inwardly. Waiting for her? If he knew what she was here for, would he still be lying on the bed waiting for her? Suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, she looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I obtained a pill that can alleviate his heart demon. After using the pill, I need to help him circulate his energy to treat his illness. During this time, you can't disturb him. Go outside and stand guard. If I don't come out, you can't take half a step into this courtyard. You also can't use your divine sense to spy. Otherwise, if you're not careful, your clan leader and I will be in danger." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression became serious. "Is it a pill refined by the ghost doctor? Miss Wanyin, can you do it alone? Do you need me to go in and help?" Wanyin Qianhua glanced at him. "Is his heart demon caused by you?" No." The middle-aged man stiffened and smiled embarrassedly. "Then what do you need to help with?" Wanyin Qianhua glanced at him and said, "You only need to stand guard outside and not let anyone come near. Don't let anyone disturb us." Hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but ask, "Miss Wanyin, how long will that take?" "How long?" Wanyin Qianhua's eyes flashed. Her expression was a bit strange, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. How would she know how long it would take? This would depend on Junju Shang's endurance and the state of his body. Seeing her strange expression, the middle-aged man called out again, "Miss Wanyin?" Wanyin Qianhua coughed lightly. After thinking for a bit, she said with a serious face, "It should be until dawn. In any case, I will come out when it's done. You only need to stand guard." "Oh, okay, I understand. Don't worry, Miss Wanyin. I'll keep a close watch and won't let anyone disturb you." The middle-aged man hurriedly promised. Go ahead." Wanyin Qianhua gestured and directly tricked him away. After watching him walk out of the courtyard, she walked into the courtyard. She placed her hands in front of her and formed a soundproof barrier, enveloping the entire courtyard. Only then did she walk in. With Jun Jushang's cultivation, he immediately sensed that Wanyin Qianhua had set up a soundproof enchantment. He felt a little strange in his heart, but he would never have thought that what she was about to do to him would be that kind of thing. At this time, he was thinking, she even set up a soundproof enchantment. Could it be that she has something to say to me? The door was pushed open and Wanyin Qianhua, dressed in red, walked in. She closed the door behind her and walked into the room. She saw the person sitting on the bed with his eyes open and looking at her. "How are you feeling today?" Wanyin Qianhua asked. She didn't walk forward. Instead, she went to the table and poured a cup of water. She walked back and handed the cup in her hand to him. Jun Jushang reached out and took it. He said, "My body is much better." Wanyin Qianhua replied. She glanced at him and sat down on a chair. She supported her chin with one hand and looked at the sky outside. It wasn't dark yet. She didn't say anything after coming in. She just kept staring at the sky outside. Jun Jushang's eyes flashed and he asked, "Why did you come here?" Chapter 3391. Seeing her reply and then look at the sky outside, he couldn't help but feel strange. What was she waiting for? Just as he was thinking, he saw her take out a jug of wine and a wine cup from her space. Unexpectedly, she just sat there and drank by herself. Seeing that she didn't have any intention of opening her mouth after drinking a few cups of wine, he asked again, "Why did you come to find me?" Wanyin Qianhua drank another cup of wine before putting it down. She took out a bottle from her sleeve and said, "I came to give you some medicine." As she spoke, she took the bottle and walked to the bedside. Then, she poured out the medicinal pill from the bottle. "I specially found this." As she spoke, she handed over the medicinal pill in her hand. "It's good for your body." Seeing that the green medicinal pill was emitting a sweet fragrance, Jun Jushang took a look at it and put it in his mouth. At the same time, he thanked her, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Seeing that he swallowed the medicinal pill, Wanyin Qianhua smiled and revealed a playful smile. Seeing that playful smile on her lips, his heart skipped a beat. He inexplicably felt that something was strange, but he couldn't tell what it was. Could it be that there was something wrong with the medicinal pill? That was impossible, because there was no need for her to give him such a problematic medicinal pill. However, if there wasn't a problem with a medicinal pill, then what was the problem? What did that green medicinal pill taste like? Wang Xianhua asked. Her beautiful eyes fell on his face. Was there a problem with the medicinal pill? Jun Jushang asked. He also looked at her. Did you take a bath? Wang Xianhua suddenly asked. Hearing this question, Jun Jushang's eyelids twitched. He said, I took a bath. What does that have to do with a medicinal pill? Well, it's good that you took a bath. I also took a bath before coming here, Wang Xianhua said. Then, she took out another bottle from her space. She poured out a red medicinal pill and swallowed it. Seeing her swallow a red pill, and then thinking of the strange word she had just asked, his heart suddenly jumped. His heart seemed to beat violently because of the inconceivable thought that suddenly appeared in his mind. Wang Xianhua suddenly got up. She walked to the bedside and sat down. A few strands of red silk seemed to have a life of their own as they tied his hands and feet to the bed in the shape of the Chinese character. The spiritual force in his body suddenly dissipated and he was tied to the bed. Even someone as calm as Jun Jushang couldn't help but look at Wang Xianhua in disbelief. What do you want to do? Wang Xianhua glanced at him and said, Isn't this obvious? You still can't see through my intentions? What about this? As soon as she finished speaking, one of her hands came to his chest. Suddenly, with a jolt of spiritual power from her palm, the clothes on his body were torn into pieces and scattered all over the bed. Jun Jushang's complexion changed. The clothes on his body were torn into pieces. His 4 limbs were tied to the 4 corners of the bed by the spiritual silk. He used his strength to pull, but there was only strength and no spiritual power. Do you know what you're doing? Hurry up and release me, he shouted in a deep voice. His complexion had also become ashen. He didn't expect her to be so bold. So, was this something a woman could do? This was clearly something only a man would do. What's the hurry? It hasn't started yet. Chapter 3392. Wang Xianhua was teasing him. However, she had never done such a thing to a man, especially when this man was Jun Jushang. Moreover, it was when he was sober. It was impossible to say that she wasn't flustered or nervous. She just hit it well. She wanted to be the dominant one, so she couldn't show any signs of fear. Moreover, she didn't want Jun Jushang to forget who she was after a night with her. Therefore, she could only do such things when he was sober, especially when she saw him reveal such an embarrassed and angry expression when he was sober. Seeing him lying on the bed like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, allowing her to do whatever she wanted to him, this feeling made her very happy. Who asked him to hurt her so deeply? Who asked him to speak so sharply and look at her with such disdain? She wanted to see if he really didn't have any feelings for her when he was sober. Her beautiful eyes glanced at his body. Seeing his well-defined and sturdy figure displayed in front of her, she couldn't help but reach out her hand and gently brush away the pieces of cloth that were scattered on his body. Her slender, jade-like hand lightly touched him, and she felt his body tense up under her hand. Jun Jushang's eyes searched. He looked at her and gritted his teeth. He said in a low voice, Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Wang Xianhua looked at him and smiled. Her smile was charming and enchanting. She suddenly leaned forward and said in Jun Jushang's ear, I'll give you a chance. As long as you don't have any distracting thoughts and your body doesn't have any reaction, I'll stop and leave. Her warm breath drifted into his ears, and the fragrance of her body drifted into his nostrils. Her lazy words carried a trace of charm, soft and seductive. As for him, his heart couldn't help but thump against his will. Hearing his fast heartbeat, Wang Xianhua's lips curled into a happy smile. She looked at him and got up unhurriedly. She stood by the bed and gently unbuckled the belt around her waist. Then, she hung it on the chair beside her. Jun Jushang looked at her unbuckling the belt and taking off her outer clothes. His eyes couldn't help but move. He watched as she took off her clothes one by one, revealing her snow-white skin. She was only left with a red doo-doo and underwear. In the end, he couldn't help but close his eyes. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Wang Qianhua was also nervous, but when she saw him close his eyes, she couldn't help but smile. She didn't take off her clothes. She came to the bed and suppressed her nervousness. She lay on her side on the bed, facing Jun Jushang. Wang Qianhua's messy and slender hands were like feathers. They gently brushed past his Adam's apple. Her fingers moved down to his chest. She paused for a moment. Then, she carelessly moved them around. She looked at him and said, "I didn't expect your body to be so good. It's better than I expected." Chapter 33:93. She looked down. She felt that his body should be fine. As for his stamina, she was the one who did the hard work. He was purely enjoying it and didn't exert much strength. She suddenly remembered the book she had been reading for the past 2 nights. She didn't take the book that Fengjiu gave her, but she had it in her space. She had studied it for the past 2 days, but when she thought of the pictures in the book, her cheeks couldn't help but burn. In the end, she was still a woman. How could she not be impatient? She was lost in her thoughts. Her fingers unconsciously moved around Jun Jushang's body. Sometimes she would cut him, sometimes she would brush him like a feather, sometimes she would circle him, sometimes she would... In short, Jun Jushang's stiff body gradually started to sweat from his forehead. Perhaps Wang Qianhua suddenly came back to her senses and remembered the matter at hand. Therefore, her hand stopped moving around his chest, and she glanced down at his lower body. She saw that there was a piece of cloth covering that place. It seemed very calm and didn't have any intention of raising its head. Therefore, she glanced at his face again. When she saw the sweat on his forehead, she couldn't help but reveal a charming smile. Suddenly, she lowered her head and opened her mouth to bite his chest. At this moment, Jun Jushang let out a muffled groan. His eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened. His body was stimulated. A strange flame quickly rose up in his body and rushed down to his lower body. Sensing the changes in his body, he was embarrassed and angry. The emotionless, immortal mask that he had always worn on his face finally cracked at this moment. A dark light surged in his eyes as he stared straight at Wang Qianhua. "Your body is reacting." Wang Qianhua raised her head and looked at him as she spoke. Because she was half lying on his body and her leg was also on his leg, she naturally sensed the change in a certain part of him at the first moment. At this moment, she wanted to laugh, gloat, and feel proud. Didn't he despise her? Didn't he have a pure heart and few desires? Wasn't he supposed to have no desires and desires? What was the change in his body? Of course, it was a slap in the face. It seems that your body is more honest. She snorted softly and bit him again as if venting her anger. However, this time, she bit his ear directly. Jun Jushang's face turned red. It was unknown whether he was embarrassed or annoyed. He pulled at the red silk in his hand. However, he found that the more he pulled, the tighter it became. At this moment, the woman who had been lying on top of him and biting his ear had turned around and sat on his lower abdomen. Just as his breathing became chaotic and his face turned red, he saw her raise her hand and put down the curtain. As the curtains were lowered, the light on the bed was also cut off by the curtains. That hazy feeling was even more seductive, especially when he saw the woman sitting on his lower abdomen stretch out her hand to untie her hair and push it to the front of her body. At the same time, she took off her red dudou, revealing her perfect and suffocating snow-white body. He could only feel the fire in his body burning even more fiercely. The beautiful woman was sitting on his lower abdomen with her upper body bare. Her silky black hair covered the beauty of her chest. It was so damn tempting. Chapter 33:94. However, in the next moment, the woman's body pressed against his. That kind of naked sensation caused his mind to go blank and his heart to become chaotic. As she took the initiative, her hands wandered around his body. The flame that had been dormant in his body for many years was completely released. On this night, he fell with her. The room was brightly lit and the bed was hazy and blurry. Only the sound of the man's heavy breathing and the woman's tender moans could be heard from time to time, adding a touch of color to the room that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. Outside the window, the bright moon was like a shy girl hiding her face in the clouds. Outside the courtyard, the middle-aged man who had been keeping watch for the night slapped his face and muttered, "There are mosquitoes? What the hell?" The middle-aged man raised his sleeve and released some of his spiritual power, finally driving away the mosquitoes. He couldn't help but turn around and look at the courtyard. He couldn't help but be curious. How exactly is Miss Wan Yin treating the sect leader? She's been in there for a while now. When will she come out? He wanted to go in and take a look, but then he remembered what she told him before and stopped thinking. The sect leader's heart has always been worried about Miss Wan Yin. Perhaps the two of them are having a heart-to-heart talk inside. Perhaps the misunderstanding between the two of them has been cleared up. Or perhaps the sect leader has suddenly become enlightened. Perhaps the Xiaoyao sect will soon have a sect leader's wife. Speaking of which, he was very satisfied with this Wan Yin Qianhua. No matter if it was her appearance, bearing, strength, or talent, she was extremely outstanding. Moreover, the Wan Yin clan was also a top clan. In addition, she was the sworn sister of ghost Dr. Fengjiu. With all these relationships added together, she was more than enough to be a good match for their sect leader. He kept watch outside until late at night. Then he casually found a place to close his eyes and rest. When the sky was about to brighten, the middle-aged man looked inside and saw that the courtyard was still very quiet. There was not even half a shadow moving around. As for the sound, he couldn't even think about it. With the soundproof barrier set up, even if he wanted to eavesdrop, he wouldn't be able to hear anything. Right now, he could only wait for Miss Wan Yin to say that he would come out after healing his injuries. He sat in front of the courtyard door and kept watch. It wasn't until a faint wisp of morning light rose from the east that he finally saw Wan Yin Qianhua, dressed in red, walk out of the room. Seeing her come out, he hurriedly went up to her. "Miss Wan Yin, how is it? How is our sect leader? Has his inner demon been removed?" Wan Yin Qianhua glanced at him and said, "You can't go in now. He's still circulating his energy to heal his injuries. You can only go in to see him at noon." Miss Wan Yin, why is your voice so hoarse?" When a middle-aged man heard that her voice was different from yesterday, he couldn't help but ask worriedly. Seeing that she looked a little uncomfortable, he smiled and said, "I know, you must have stayed up all night to heal the sect master, right? I knew that Miss Wan Yin still has our sect leader in her heart." Hearing this, Wan Yin Qianhua's mouth slightly twitched. He said, "Do as I say. Don't open the soundproof barrier before noon to avoid disturbing him." Chapter 3395. Wan Yin Qianhua glanced at him. Seeing that he had promised her, she nodded. Then I'll go back first." Then, she didn't look at him and walked away. The middle-aged man watched her leave. Seeing that her body seemed a little stiff and the way she walked was a little strange, he couldn't help but sigh. Miss Wan Yin is also stubborn. She clearly cares so much about the sect master. She didn't sleep the entire night because of the sect master, and her throat is hoarse. Even her legs must have been sitting cross-legged for too long, and her blood is not flowing smoothly. She's already done so much for the sect master, yet she still pretends not to care. He sighed softly and shook his head. "I wonder when the sect master will be able to marry such a good woman and make her his wife." He stood with his hands behind his back and glanced at the closed door again. Then he walked outside the courtyard. Because he remembered Wan Yin Qianhua's instructions, and because he knew that she wouldn't harm the sect master, and because she said that the sect master was still cultivating to heal his injuries, he didn't want to disturb her and didn't dare to remove the soundproof barrier. After walking outside the courtyard, he suddenly stopped and muttered strangely, "Strange, why do I feel that the Miss Wan Yin I saw today is more charming than before? Seems a little more." He muttered, but couldn't say what he felt for a moment. But at this moment, when he was walking around with nothing to do, he thought of the flirtatious glance she gave him earlier and realized that she was actually more charming than usual. While the middle-aged man was standing guard here, on the other side, Wan Yin Qianhua left the sect almost immediately after leaving the middle-aged man's line of sight. She didn't even return to the main peak, nor did she go to Fengjiu in Sifang City. Instead, she went straight to the place she had agreed to meet with Wan Yin Shisan. Wan Yin Shisan waited at a place not far from the sect. He felt strange. Why did Wan Yin Qianhua summon him here in such a hurry? Fortunately, He wasn't far from here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to wait here at the time she said. While waiting, he took out some wine from the space and drank it while looking around. When he saw the red figure rushing over, he smiled and waved at her. "Qianhua here." When Wan Yin Qianhua saw him, she said, "13th uncle, let's leave quickly and go to the mortal world." "What? You look like you're being chased by ghosts." "What happened?" Wan Yin San asked, and took another sip of wine. "I slept with Junju Shang." As soon as Wan Yin Qianhua's voice fell, Wan Yin San spat out a mouthful of wine. Looking at her serious expression, he hurriedly pulled her away. Hurry up, let." In the sect, it wasn't until noon that the middle-aged man guarding the courtyard removed the soundproof barrier. He walked forward with a smile and knocked on the door. "Sect leader, sect master?" He called outside the door, but no one answered. He couldn't help but feel strange. Miss Wan Yin clearly said that the sect master would finish his cultivation at this time. Why didn't he hear the sect master's voice? Surprised, he said again, "Sect master, I'm coming in." As he spoke, he carefully pushed open the door and walked in. The moment he entered, he felt a little strange. There seemed to be an indescribably strange smell in the air. When he walked into the room and saw the scene on the bed, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. He was dumbfounded and sucked in a breath of cold air. He let out a sharp cry of surprise. Chapter 3396. Junju Shang, who was lying on the bed, shook his hand and broke the red silk that bound his hands and feet. He then sat up. His naked body was covered with marks. They looked like the scratches of a woman, but they also looked like the marks of being bitten. There were green and red marks all over his entire body. At this moment, his patriarch's usual calm and collected immortal mask had already cracked. At this moment, he was like an enraged lion, his entire body exuding a terrifying aura. His ashen face and the dangerous aura released from his body made him shiver. Wan Yin Qianhua, how could she dare to do such a thing? Was she crazy? He thought about how he had been guarding outside for the whole night. He had even been fooled into coming in at noon. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Would the master kill him if he knew? Junju Shang's ashen face took out some clothes from the space and put them on. He covered all the marks on his body with the clothes. Then he stood up. However, his whole body swayed, and he fell back on the bed. "Master!" the middle-aged man called out. He wanted to go forward, but couldn't. He could only look at him worriedly. A man like the sect leader was actually raped by Miss Wan Yin. Moreover, he was ravaged to the point where he couldn't even stand properly. It was truly pitiful. However, after thinking about it, he felt that other than losing face, the sect leader didn't suffer any losses. At least, Miss Wan Yin's figure and appearance were top-notch. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he heard a cold voice that sounded like a violent storm. "Where is that woman?" The middle-aged man's heart trembled. He quickly pulled himself together and said, "Miss Wan Yin left early in the morning. Originally, she said she was going back to rest, but from the looks of it, she definitely wasn't in the sect right now. How could she possibly stay in the sect and allow their sect leader to find her after she had raped their sect leader? Prepare water to take a bath. Send someone to find her for me." Junju Shang sat on the bed and said coldly. He thought about what happened last night. He wanted to catch that lawless woman and teach her a lesson. Yes, the middle-aged man quickly replied. He was about to go out when he heard his cold voice again. "If this matter is leaked out, you will be held responsible." "Yes, sect master, don't worry. I will definitely not mention a word about it." He hurriedly promised and left the room, closing the door behind him. When he was outside, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and patted his violently beating heart. Oh my God, it was too exciting. It was too inconceivable, too shocking. Wan Yin Qianhua had actually forced himself on their deity-like sect leader. And that Wan Yin Qianhua, who had forced himself on their sect leader, was actually able to calmly leave in front of him. Thinking of the marks he saw on the sect leader's body when he went in, he didn't need to think to know that they must have been very intense last night. Otherwise, why would they set up a soundproof barrier? As he walked out, he thought, perhaps the sect leader was calling for help last night, waiting for me to go in and save him. However, I was standing guard outside and really believed miss Wan Yin's words, thinking that she was helping him heal his injuries. Chapter 3397. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Junju Shang soaked in the bathtub. His face was still terribly dark. When he lowered his head and saw the marks on his body, his mind automatically thought of the scene that made him blush and his heart beat faster. Just as he was thinking, his damned body reacted again. When he thought about how she had put on her clothes and stood by the bed looking at him with a provocative and disdainful look, saying those infuriating words, he still gritted his teeth in anger when he thought about it. This woman, he would definitely catch her and let her know the consequences of provoking him. On the other side, Wan Yin Qianhua and Wan Yin Shan, who had already arrived in the lower bound, finally stopped to take a breather. Looking at Wan Yin Qianhua, who was sitting under a tree, Wan Yin Shan walked over and squatted down beside her. He asked, "How did you sleep with Junju Shang? Does he know it was you?" Because last night's exercise was too intense, she didn't have much rest after leaving. She just used the dust cleansing technique to clean her body and hurriedly ran for her life. Until she met up with Wan Yin Shan. She took him and quickly fled to the lower bound. It could be said that she didn't have much rest. Now that she sat down, her whole body ached, especially the unspeakable pain between her legs. She felt powerless and tired. She leaned against the big tree and gasped for breath. After taking a sip of water, she said, "He knew it was me. I slept with him when he was awake. It was a medicinal pill that a Jew gave me that knocked him out and made the spiritual power in his body dissipate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to succeed." Hearing this, Wan Yin Shan's face was full of amazement. "You're really good. You're really too daring. That's Junju Shang, the master of the Xiaoyao sect. You actually took advantage of him when he was sick and forced yourself on him? Don't you think you're going overboard with your plundering?" No matter how thick-skinned Wan Yin Qianhua was, she couldn't help but blush when she heard this. She coughed softly and said, 13th uncle, it's good that you know this. You can't tell anyone. You can't tell anyone. I know this. But now that we're in the lower bound, are you planning to go back to the Wan Yin clan? You slept with him. He won't come looking for you, right? Wan Yin Shan touched his chin and thought, "No, even if he wants to look for me, he'll probably look for me there. He won't think I'll hide in the lower bound." Wan Yin Qianhua said and rubbed her waist. She said, 13th uncle, we're safe if here is safe. Let's find a place to rest. I want to soak in hot water. Then he said, 13, Shan of your courage to of Wan Yin of your 13th uncle will of you. Since 13th uncle, your uncle will 13th uncle to run for it. Is? Shan. He said Shan of he. He stood, is. Thank you, 13th uncle. Wan Yin Qianhua thanked him. That's enough. We're family. Don't be so formal. Wan Yin Shan waved his hand and said with a smile, when you have time, you have to tell me about you and Junju Shang. Also, Fengjiu, that girl, actually got involved in this matter. You too. As he spoke, he shook his head and walked away. From afar, his muttering could still be heard. Chapter 3398. She took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in her heart. She slowly exhaled and leaned against the big tree to rest with her eyes closed. After a long while, she heard Wan Yin Shan's voice and opened her eyes. "Qianhua, let's go. Let's go to the front. There's a village ahead. I've already asked them to find a place for us to rest. Let's rest in the village for the night and leave tomorrow." Wan Yin Shan said as he stepped forward and gestured for her to follow him. Okay. Wan Yin Qianhua stood up and followed him to the village on the aircraft. It was not until she took a bath in a family in the village and applied medicine on her body that she felt the pain on her body disappear that she let out a sigh of relief and laid down on the bed. The medicine that a Jew had prepared for her was not bad. As soon as she applied it, the pain gradually disappeared. Now that she was free, she quickly sent a message to Fengjiu and told her about the situation. "Qianhua, are you awake? I asked them to cook a few dishes. Come out and eat something." In the courtyard outside, Wan Yin Shan shouted as he poured wine and drank. He gave his family some money. What do they want? That family quickly sent everything over. Sure enough, no matter where, no matter when. It was inseparable from silver. Wang Yin Qianhua walked out and glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. She said, 13th uncle, you didn't want to invite me to eat. You clearly want to listen to gossip. Ha ha ha, that's right. Come, sit. Wang Yin Shursen laughed and gestured for her to sit down. He was about to pour wine for her when she actually reached out to stop him. No, I can't drink anymore, Wang Yin Qianhua said and sat down at the table. I'll just drink water. When Wang Yin Shursen heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. He asked curiously, why can't you drink anymore? A trace of uneasiness flashed across Wang Yin Qianhua's face. However, she thought that he had always been a carefree person. Moreover, he knew that she had slept with Jun Jushang, so she couldn't hide anything from him in the future. However, it was a little difficult to say it now. Moreover, she didn't know if it was true or not. Thus, she coughed lightly and said, a Jew said that I should stop drinking during this period of time. As for the reason, well, I'll know after a while. Hearing her vague words, Wang Yin Shursan did not ask further. He just smiled and said, then let's eat. Come, let's talk about Jun Jushang. Why were they entangled with each other again? Also, you slept with him. Was it you or Fengjiu, that sly girl? Seeing that he was curious, Wang Yin Qianhua told him everything that had happened in the past few years. When he heard that Jun Jushang's inner demon was actually her, Wang Yin Shursan opened his eyes wide in astonishment. He slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! That Jun Jushang obviously has the appearance of an immortal who doesn't eat the food of mortals. It turns out that this immortal has already had his heart moved, but he doesn't want to admit it. Ha ha! Fengjiu, that sly girl, has a good idea. To deal with a person like him who doesn't listen to reason or force, we have to give him a unique impact. I'm curious now, what kind of expression will he have when he breaks? Chapter 3399. In the main courtyard, Fengjiu was lying on Xianyuan Mo's shoulder and laughing. After a while, she stopped laughing, and Xianyuan Mo, who was beside her, also looked at her with a smile in his dark eyes. When Fengjiu heard the news from Wang Yin Qianhua, she couldn't stop laughing. When she thought about how Wang Yin Qianhua said that she had almost bitten his entire body and left many claw marks, she couldn't help but laugh. I'm dying of laughter. My sister even told me this. She even said it so clearly. Tell me, how desperate was Jun Jushang when he was tied to the bed with his arms and legs spread out? Ha ha, I can't help it. When I think of that scene, I want to laugh. She leaned on his shoulder and couldn't stop laughing. Her laughter spread in the courtyard. If Jun Jushang can't find her, he will definitely come to find you, Xianyuan Mo said. Fengjiu stopped laughing, but the smile in her eyes didn't disappear. She chuckled and said, we originally discussed going Shao Mountain, but because how Er's parents came, we postponed it for a few days. However, it should be about time to set off. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo knew what she meant. He nodded and said, okay, then let's talk to Leng Hua and the others. Let's set off together. Okay. She smiled and reached out to hug him. She said, the Black Tortoise Monarch and the others said that they won't force Hao to go back with us. Now that we're done with this matter, let's bring Hao back to see grandfather and the others. Okay, Xianyuan Mo replied. It could be said that he wasn't worried about the battle at Shao Mountain. After all, these days, the Black Tortoise Monarch had revealed a lot of information about the sovereign of Tongtian to them. They also knew more and were more confident. They said that they were going to set off for Shao Mountain. The group of people set off after nightfall. In this way, it didn't disturb the others in the city and left quietly. At noon on the second day after they left, Jun Jushang came to visit. However, when he arrived, only a few servants were left in the mansion. As for Fengjiu and the others, along with the Black Tortoise Monarch and the others, they all went to Shao Mountain. Knowing that they went to Shao Mountain, Jun Jushang followed them. Wang Yin Qianhua left as if he disappeared. He must have left by using a transmission formation or some other method. That was the only way to find no clues about her leaving. Since he didn't know where she went, he could only start with Fengjiu. Moreover, Fengjiu also had something to do with the elixirs that night. He didn't believe that Fengjiu didn't know what Wang Yin Qianhua did. Xianyuan Mose, Feng Jiao, and the others went to Shao Mountain. Mo Chun and Guan Shilin naturally followed. The Black Tortoise Monarch and his wife also followed because they were worried about Hao following them to the foot of the mountain. Moreover, Jun Jushang also followed Feng Jiao and the others to Shao Mountain. Each of them was an important person, and each of them had amazing strength. Now that they all gathered together, it didn't take long for the sovereign of Tongtian to know the news. Compared to others, he thought more and misunderstood. He thought that those people were going to help Xianyuan Mose and wanted to help him after the battle between him and Xianyuan Mose. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to leave alive even if he won. Chapter 3400. A middle-aged man standing at the side asked, "Sovereign, will you still be going to the battle of Pyrolite Mountain?" "Go." "Didn't you hear Shadow's report about how many people Xianyuan Mose and the others have gathered to go to Pyrolite Mountain? Xianyuan Mose is already a divine king. It would be one thing if he was alone, but even Feng Jiao is going. Black Tortoise and the Holy Son of the Divine Temple are going as well. Can't you see that they're preparing an ambush?" He said hatefully, his eyes filled with anger. "If I really go, I won't be able to leave alive no matter if I win or lose. Those people are all lying in ambush there. How can they just watch from the sidelines?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man knew that he probably wouldn't go to the battle of Pyrolite Mountain. However, he had already said this. If he didn't go now, it seemed, for a moment, the middle-aged man didn't say anything. He just stood there with his head lowered. Sovereign Tongtian was silent for a while. He looked at the middle-aged man who was standing there quietly and said, "Go, tell the people lying in ambush to retreat." "Yes," the middle-aged man replied. He bowed and left. On the other side, Xianyuan Mose and the others who didn't know that Sovereign Tongtian wasn't going to go to the Battle of Pyrolite Mountain were resting in the forest. The bonfire was burning, and the aroma of meat filled the air. They didn't seem to be going to the Battle of Pyrolite Mountain. None of them looked nervous or worried. They only looked relaxed and happy. In particular, they had Hao with them. This was the first time the little guy had traveled such a long distance with them. He was very happy along the way. Sovereign Black Tortoise and his wife walked together with their guards. They planned to spend more time with Hao. After all, after the battle between Xianyuan Mose and Sovereign Tongtian ended, Hao would follow Feng Jiao and the others to the Phoenix Dynasty in the lower realm. At that time, it would be even more difficult for them to see him. Therefore, they treasured the time they had now. During these days, they saw how Feng Jiao and Xianyuan Mose treated Hao. They had to admit that even if their child grew up by their side, they wouldn't have taught him as well as they did now. They also knew that Feng Jiao and the others really loved Hao and raised him like a son. They even helped him contract with a divine beast snow wolf for such a young age. Even if he was alone outside, there wouldn't be any problems with the divine beast protecting him. Seeing that they treated their son so sincerely, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Now that they saw the child growing up so well, they were naturally relieved. It didn't matter even if the child didn't grow up by their side, because they knew that the child would only grow up better with Feng Nine and the others. "Mother, Father, this is the fruit that Uncle Lung Hua and I picked. It's very sweet. Try it." "How?" Came back with a pile of fruits and handed some to Feng Jiao and Xianyuan Mose. "Okay." Feng Jiao took it with a smile. Xianyuan Mose also reached out to take it. Feng Jiao took out some water and washed the fruit. Then he took a bite and nodded. "Yes, it's very sweet. It's delicious." Hao smiled happily when he heard that. Then he walked to the two people sitting at the side. "Father, Mother, these are for you." During this period of time, he gradually became closer to them. However, compared to his father and mother, he still couldn't compare. Chapter 3401. When the Black Tortoise Monarch and his wife saw this, they looked at each other and smiled. They reached out to take the fruits and said, "Sit down and rest. Do you want to drink some water?" "I'm not thirsty." "How?" Said and took the fruits to distribute to the others. When Guan Shilin saw that the meat was cooked, he cut some for everyone. He wrapped the meat in large clean leaves and handed it to them. Come, eat some. It's better to eat it while it's hot." Everyone sat around and ate the barbecued meat. At this time, Guan Shilin looked around and asked in surprise, "Why haven't Lung Shuang and Qin Xian come back yet?" Hearing this, Du Fan smiled and said, "They said they were going to look for water nearby. They probably went a little far. However, don't worry about them. Lung Shuang's strength is very difficult for ordinary people to deal with, not to mention Qin Xian. I will look for them. You guys eat first," Lung Shuang said and stood up. "I'll go with you." Du Fan also stood up. "Go. I'll definitely save some barbecued meat for you," Guan Shilin said with a smile and motioned for the two of them to go together. Somewhere in the forest, Lung Shuang and Qin Xian searched for a long time but couldn't find a water source. Seeing that they were going deeper and deeper, Lung Shuang said, "There's no need to look further. There's no water here. We still have some water in the space. It should be enough to support us until we see the village." "Well, then let's go back. We've been out for a long time. I don't want the masters to worry," Qin Xian said and walked back with Lung Shuang. However, when they were walking back, they suddenly heard the rustling of the leaves around them. The two of them looked around and stopped at the same time. "Who is it? Come out," Qin Xian shouted. I didn't expect the two little beauties to be so vigilant. They actually discovered us like this?" Along with the laughter, a dozen or so rogue cultivators walked out of the forest. Some of them looked to be in their 20s, while others were in their 30s or 40s. The two people in the lead looked to be in their 40s. They were tall and had wretched smiles on their faces. They narrowed their eyes and stared at the two of them. Lung Shuang's beautiful eyes swept over those people coldly, and she had a rough idea of their strength. Ever since her strength had increased, it could be said that she had rarely met such blind people. She did not expect to meet such people who were tired of living in this forest today. Individual cultivators. Qin Xian stared at them with one hand on her waist. "It's been a long time since I've seen beauties as beautiful as you two. How did you two come here in this remote forest? Are they here for us?" "Ha ha ha!" The man in the lead teased the two of them. His eyes were blatantly looking at their exquisite figures, and the more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. "They're really stunning." A man in his 30s behind them saw that the two women were not frightened by their appearance, and he could not help but be a little cautious. He stepped forward and persuaded, "Big brother, these two women are not right. I think it's better not to touch them." "What are you talking about? You're afraid of just two women? You're just like this. You'll overthink small things. What can these two women do?" The man in the lead snorted coldly. Obviously, he was very displeased with the man's words. Chapter 34:02. His intuition would never be wrong. His intuition had saved him many times. He was indeed timid, but it was precisely because of this that he would think more when he encountered trouble. Hearing the man's words, the others laughed and glanced at him contemptuously. They clearly looked down on a timid person like him. When the leader heard this, he frowned and waved his hand impatiently. "You're the most troublesome. Go, go." When the man heard this, he hurriedly ran to the side of the forest. As he ran, he turned back to look at the two women. He just happened to see the woman in black with a face as cold as ice looking at him coldly. His heart jumped in fright, and he hurriedly sped up to leave. After running for some distance, the man thought that he should rest for a while before going back. Thus, he found a place far away to sit down and catch his breath. Lung Hua and Du Fan chatted as they walked. As they talked and laughed, they saw a man under a tree not far away. Du Fan smiled and said, "There's someone over there. Let's go and ask him." Thus, the two of them walked towards a man. When the man who was thinking about something heard the footsteps, he suddenly raised his head and saw two handsome men standing in front of him looking at him. He couldn't help but feel nervous and stuttered as he asked, Do you want something?" Du Fan smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. We just want to ask if you saw two women nearby. One of them is wearing black, and the other is wearing white. Yes, they're both quite beautiful." When he heard this, the man's heart jumped. He hurriedly said, Yes, they're over there." As he spoke, he instinctively pointed in the direction where he had just run from. "Yes, thank you," Du Fan said and walked in that direction with Lung Hua. After walking for some distance, Lung Hua looked back and saw that the man had stood up and was walking with his body tense. It was not until he disappeared into the forest that he sped up and left. What's wrong? Du Fan asked and also looked back. That person is a little strange, Lung Hua said. They must have been scared by Lung Shuang. Du Fan opened the fan in his hand and gently fanned himself. Lung Hua retracted his gaze. That person's strength was low, so he was probably frightened. Therefore, they didn't pay any more attention to it. They collected their thoughts and walked forward. After walking for a while, the two of them smelled the scent of blood before they saw anyone. Du Fan raised his eyebrows and raised his voice. Did you get into a fight with someone? The two of them took a deep breath and rushed forward. Not long after, they saw Lung Shuang and Qin Xin collecting the valuables from the people on the ground. Glancing at the dozen or so corpses on the ground, Lung Hua asked, "Just now we saw a nervous individual cultivator. Was he with them?" They were in the same group. However, that person was quite perceptive. When he saw that the situation was not right, he persuaded these people to leave. However, these people refused to leave, so we sent them on their way. Qin Xin said with a gentle smile on her face. However, her eyes were cold. She had seen all kinds of people. She didn't even frown when she killed these people. Let's go back. I don't want Master to worry, Lung Shuang said and motioned for them to leave. Chapter 34:03. No, there should be enough water in the space. If you want to soak your feet and wash your face, you have to find the village, Lung Shuang said as he followed them back. They returned to the bonfire. As soon as they got close, Feng Jiu looked at Lung Shuang and Qin Xin and asked, "Are you in trouble?" "Just a little trouble. It's been solved," Lung Shuang said. Seeing this, Feng Jiu nodded and said, "Sit down, eat some barbecue, and rest here tonight. We'll set off tomorrow." "Yes," they answered and sat down by the bonfire. It was late at night, and there was nothing to do. Mo Chun set up a small table by the bonfire and took out a chess piece from his space. He said to Xinyuan Mose, "It's still early. Let's play 2 games." Xinyuan Mose glanced at him and sat down opposite him. Feng Jiu was chatting with Guan Shilin and the Black Tortoise Monarch couple. Feeling that the night was cold, he said to Qin Xin with a smile, "Qin Xin, play a song for the occasion." "Yes," Qin Xin answered. She went to the side and took out a zither. She put it on her lap and played. The sound of the zither spread like spring water. It was sweet and pleasant. Hearing Qin Xion's music, the corners of everyone's lips curled up slightly. The night was getting darker. The sound of the zither was still lingering in the forest. At this moment, Jun Jushang, who had been searching all the way, heard the sound of the zither. A light flashed in his eyes. He looked towards the source of the sound until he saw Feng Jiu in a dazzling red robe among the people sitting by the bonfire. Feng Jiu. The sudden sound of Feng Jiu startled everyone who was listening to the zither. They looked towards the source of the sound and saw a white figure standing on a flying sword in the sky, looking down at the people below. Most of the people sitting by the bonfire hadn't seen Junju Shang before. When they saw him, the guards and Lung Hua instinctively put up a defensive posture. When Feng Jiu saw him, he was surprised. Then he smiled and waved at Lung Hua and the others. "Sit down. He's the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, Jun Jushang." Hearing Feng Jiu's words, everyone was stunned. Jun Jushang, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect? Why is he here? Xinyuan Mose was about to stand up when Feng Jiu pressed down on his shoulder. "Continue playing Go with Mo Chun." Feng Jiu chuckled and said to him, "He came to find me. Don't worry, I will take care of it." Seeing the smile in her eyes, Xinyuan Mose nodded. After glancing at Junju Shang, he withdrew his gaze and placed down a chess piece. He said to Mo Chun, who was sitting across from him, "It's your turn." Mo Chun stopped looking at Junju Shang and looked at Feng Jiu. Then he looked at Xinyuan Mose and finally at the Go board. Seeing his Go piece, Mo Chun smiled gently and put down a Go piece. The two of them continued to play Go. The others didn't move. Feng Jiu stood up and walked forward. She said, "Didn't you come find me? Come down and talk." Junju Shang looked at her. Then he got down from the flying sword and walked into the forest with her. Seeing the two of them walking into the dark forest, Guan Shilin rubbed his chin and looked at Xian Yuan Mose. He grinned and asked, "Mose, do you know why he came?" Xian Yuan Mose didn't raise his head. He just said, "He came for Wanyan Qianhua." "Oh, I see." Guan Shilin smiled and nodded. He took out some wine and started chatting with Monarch Black Tortoise. Chapter 3404. She looked at Jun Ju Shang in front of her. He was obviously more human than the last time she had seen him. She couldn't help but smile. "My elder sister? What happened to her?" Jun Ju Shang looked at her and said coldly, "Didn't you give her the pills? What did she do that you don't know?" Feng Jiu smiled and spread her hands. "What did my sister do? I really don't know." Seeing this, Jun Ju Shang felt suffocated in his heart. His hands behind his back were tightly clenched into fists. He knew that Feng Jiu was pretending not to know. In fact, she knew very well what Wanyan Qianhua had done. But when it came to him, he couldn't say it out loud. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his emotions and asked, "You really don't want to tell me where she is?" Feng Jiu smiled. "I don't know where she went, so I can't tell you anything. You should know that even if I can't find her now, I will definitely find her in the future," Jun Ju Shang said. He flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Looking at his departing figure, Feng Jiu smiled. It was good to make him anxious. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how good his sister was. After Xian Yuan Mose and Mo Chan finished their game, Feng Jiu came back. Jun Ju Shang was no longer behind her. Seeing this, Mose asked he left. "He left," Feng Jiu said with a smile. He knew that Jun Ju Shang would definitely send people to pay attention to their movements. Of course, one day, Jun Ju Shang might have an idea and go to the Wanyan family in the lower realm to look for him. Everyone sat down and talked about Jun Ju Shang. Seeing that Feng Jiu didn't say anything else, they didn't ask further. They rested for a night. The next morning, the group continued their journey. A few days later, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw that there were already many cultivators sitting cross-legged or resting on trees. Obviously, they had been here for some time. Seeing that the group had arrived, the crowd naturally found a cave for them to rest in. However, they did not expect that Sovereign Tong Tian and the others would not show up even until the appointed day. That's strange. The 1-month deadline is today. It's almost noon. Why haven't I seen Sovereign Tong Tian yet? Don't tell me he's not coming? That's impossible, right? Sovereign Tong Tian was a sovereign. So how could he stand him up? This is a very shameful thing. For a time, the cultivators were all discussing. They had thought that they would see a fierce battle today, an exciting scene of two monarchs fighting, but they did not expect that the sovereign of Tong Tian was still nowhere to be seen. At the peak of Mount Shao, Xian Yuan Mose stood against the wind with Feng Jiu by his side. The two of them, one black and one red, were very conspicuous as they stood at a high point. They looked down at the foot of the mountain. Because of the distance, the cultivators at the foot of the mountain were as inconspicuous as ants. It's almost noon. Sovereign Tong Tian wouldn't really dare to come, would he? Feng Jiu looked at Xian Yuan Mose and said with some surprise. Xian Yuan Mose frowned slightly and said, "As a sovereign, he shouldn't have stood me up, especially for this battle." He accepted it without hesitation. Chapter 3405. If he doesn't come, then let's go back, Xian Yuan Mose said. If he's afraid, then there's no need to fight. Feng Jiu nodded and waited with him until noon. Suddenly, dark clouds drifted over from the sky. The dark clouds stirred and formed a vortex that gave off a terrifying presence. The entire Pyrolite mountain was enveloped by the aura from the vortex and became enveloped in an oppressive presence. It's Sovereign Tong Tian. It must be Sovereign Tong Tian. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. They could not help but run to the foot of the mountain to hide when they sensed the terrifying aura. At the foot of the mountain, Sovereign Xuanwu was worried that Hao and the others would not be able to withstand the pressure. With a wave of his hand, he set up a defensive boundary to block the pressure for them. At the same time, he raised his head to look at the sky. On Pyrolite Mountain, Xian Yuan Mose and Feng Jiu looked at the vortex at the same time. They saw a huge human face on it. Xian Yuan Mose's eyes flashed when he saw the face. It was indeed Sovereign Tong Tian. However, he could not help but be surprised that he would appear in such a manner. Did he not intend to reveal his true form to fight? Xinyuan Mose, Fengjiu, you're despicable and shameless. An angry roar suddenly came from above. It was mixed with curses. The two of them were surprised and looked at the figure in confusion. What do you mean? We've been waiting for you here since early morning. If you don't dare to fight, then don't accept the challenge. You've accepted the challenge, but you're still hiding. What a disgrace. Feng Jiu snorted coldly, and her words were very rude. When Sovereign Tong Tian heard this, he was even more enraged. You dare to play the blame game? I agreed to fight Xinyuan Mose, but what about you? How many people are lying in ambush? There's no need for you and me to talk about it. That holy son of the temple, and that old thing Black Tortoise, do you think I don't know? Would this monarch be stupid enough to come here and fight with Xinyuan Mose, and then not be able to leave here alive in the end? Do you think this monarch is a fool? The cultivators of the foot of the mountain only knew Feng Jiu and Xinyuan Mose. As for the holy son of the divine temple and the monarch of the Black Tortoise, they didn't know who they were. When he heard that the two of them were here, he couldn't help but look towards Feng Jiu's group. Looking at it, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Feng Jiu's group was full of handsome men and beautiful women. They really couldn't tell who was who. Outside the cave, Imo Chun and the Black Tortoise Sovereign heard the words of Sovereign Tong Tian and had strange looks on their faces. The former was still fine, with a faint smile on his face. But the latter rubbed his chin and muttered, "Old thing." How come he didn't know that he was associated with the word old thing? Feng Jiu and Xinyuan Mose heard the words of Sovereign Tong Tian and finally understood why he didn't dare to show himself. Knowing the reason, the two of them looked at each other and shook their heads. Chapter 3406. I alone am enough to deal with you. I don't need anyone else's help. Xinyuan Mose spoke in a low voice. His voice contained a powerful aura of spiritual energy as it shot towards the whirlpool in the sky. The low voice rumbled into his ears and attacked his divine sense. In that instant, the Sovereign of Skirich felt a powerful threat. His heart loosened as he felt a sense of shock and disbelief. Originally, he thought that Xinyuan Mose wanted the others to help him, so that they could surround and attack him. However, he didn't expect that his voice alone would contain such a powerful pressure and intimidating force that it was enough to make him tremble in fear. How'd he do it? His skeletal age was only around 30 years old, yet he was already so terrifying. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. He was glad that he had not come to fight him. Otherwise, he would have fallen in this battle. He forcefully suppressed the shock and trembling in his heart, and suppressed his voice as he said gloomily, "Humph, let's forget about this battle. We have plenty of time in the future." As he spoke, the whirlpool in the sky began to spin. As the dark clouds dissipated, the aura in the sky gradually returned to normal. Once the oppressive aura dissipated, the cultivators at the foot of Mount E heaved a sigh of relief. They raised their sleeves to wipe off the cold sweat on their foreheads as they looked up with sparkling eyes. Xinyuan Mose and Feng Jiu were too powerful. Even the Sovereign of Skirich did not dare to provoke them. With them around, the Sovereign of Skirich would no longer have any designs on the forces on this mainland. The Sovereign of Black Tortoise, who was at the foot of Mount E, watched as the Sovereign of Skirich left after saying his piece. He could not help but sneer. I didn't know that there would be a time when he would admit defeat. How interesting. Imo Chun, who was next to him, smiled gently. He watched as the two figures flew down from above and said, "It would be great if they could stop thinking about it. However, with their current power, even if the Sovereign of Skirich wants to attack them, he would have to think twice. How could it be easy to unify the world? Right now, they had just taken a step forward. Their enemies were not just Sovereign Tong Tian alone. What they were afraid of was when their enemies would join forces, or if they had other intentions." Thinking of this, Imo Chun sighed inwardly. What was to come would come. If it was a blessing, it would not be a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. Their life and death calamity would come sooner or later. It was just that he did not know when it would be. "Father, mother, how? saw them return and quickly rushed forward. Feng Jiu caught him and rubbed his head. It looks like we can go home now. If we knew he didn't have the guts to fight, we wouldn't have come here. The Black Tortoise monarch and his wife looked at each other and said, judging from the current situation, Sovereign Tong Tian won't attack you. If you want to go back, we should leave too. Hearing this, Hao who was hugging Feng Jiu's leg, turned to look at them. He blinked and did not speak. Hao, we will come to see you again in the future. When you want to go back with us in the future, or when you have time, we will come to pick you up and play with you for a while, she said softly. Looking at her son, she sighed softly. Chapter 34:07. Let's leave this place first, Xin Yuan Mo said. He gestured for everyone to get ready and leave. Yes, there are too many people here. Let's leave first, Monarch Xuanwu also said. He hugged his wife and left with the others. Mo Chun, Guan Shilin, and the others followed beside them. Lung Hua and the others paid attention to make sure no one was following them. After they left Mount Shao, they went to a deserted place. Monarch Xuanwu and his wife said goodbye to everyone and left with their guards in a carriage. After they left, Feng Jiu carried Hao and said to everyone, let's go to the city to rest first. Since everyone is out, I think it's time to arrange things for us to go back. Also, I have something to discuss with all of you. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They went into the city and found an inn to book. After resting for a while, Xin Yuan Mo's, Feng Jiu, Mo Chun, and Guan Shilin sat down at a table in the courtyard. Xiao Jiu, what do you want to discuss with us? Guan Shilin asked, looking at her. Feng Jiu gazed at the three of them and said, it's like this. I want to discuss the path to the lower realms with all of you. I want to join forces with all of you to open up a passage between the upper realms and the lower realms. In this way, even those who aren't strong enough will be able to enter the upper realms through the passage we open up. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned. Guan Shilin was stunned. He felt that he could not do this. She mentioned this because she wanted Mo Zhe and Mo Chen's help, right? Xin Yuan Mo's and Mo Chen were deep in thought. After a while, Xin Yuan Mo said, the upper and lower worlds are suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. That's why we could only come up from the immortal ascension stairs. If we want to open the seal between the upper and lower worlds, we have to break the laws of heaven and earth on the immortal ascension stairs. I originally wanted to open up the heaven and earth laws on the immortal ascension stairs. Only then would cultivators from the lower realm be able to come up here. It would also be more convenient for us to move around. Feng Jiu paused for a moment before continuing. Otherwise, even if we can use spatial distortions or formations to teleport people back, it will be troublesome to get them back. Since that's the case, we might as well break the laws of heaven and earth. After all, we have the ability to do so now. Indeed, divine kings have the ability to do so. However, breaking the laws of heaven and earth is no small matter. Furthermore, if you really want to do so, you have to re-establish the laws of heaven and earth in the lower world. Mo Chen looked at them and said, divine kings can tear open the void and create boundaries. Both the sovereign of Black Tortoise and the sovereign of Sky Reaching have boundaries. That's why they are called sovereigns. You have the ability to do so, but you haven't become sovereigns. Why don't you take this opportunity to take over the lower world? Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mo's looked at Feng Jiu and said, what he said makes sense. In the lower world, all you have to do is summon the guardians from the four corners of the heaven and give them instructions. Then, spread your divine consciousness throughout the lower world. Then, you will be the sovereign of the lower world. Hearing this, Feng Jiu frowned and said to Xin Yuan Mo's, I have that floating piece of land. I'm not in a hurry to create boundaries. Why don't you take over the lower world first? Chapter 34:08. Seeing this, Feng Jiu was slightly surprised and glanced at him. It's not as easy to conquer the upper realm as it is to conquer the lower realm. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Xin Yuan Mo's looked at her and said, it shouldn't be difficult to open a passage between the two realms if we work together. Since we've decided, there's no need for teleportation when we go back. Let's just open the ladder of immortality. Mo Chen nodded. Okay, I'll help you when the time comes. What about me? What can I do to help? Guan Shilin asked. Feng Jiu smiled and said, I'm telling you this today so that you can be prepared. When we go back, let's go to the sect first. The exit of the ladder of immortality is with the sect of the cerulean planet. If we want to open a passage between the upper realm and the lower realm, we'll have to discuss it with the sect leader. With your current strength, I think the sect leader of the cerulean planet won't stop you as long as you have the ability to do it. Chun said gently. He picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip of tea. Then he put down the teacup and said to them, We haven't had much rest these days. It's rare for us to come to the inn today. You should all have a good rest. With that, he stood up and left. Seeing this, Guan Shilin smiled and said, That's true. You two should go back and rest too. I'll go back first too. After they left, Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu sat and chatted for a while. Then they went back to their room. When they reached the room, Long Shuang came up to them. Master, Yama God, should I prepare water for you to take a bath? Yes, prepare water. Feng Jiu nodded and walked into the room with Xianyuan Mose. Xianyuan Mose sat down at the table and pulled Feng Jiu onto his lap. He hugged her and rested his chin on her shoulder. He asked in a low voice, Jiu, do you feel that Imo Chin's attitude towards you has changed? Feng Jiu was stunned for a moment, slightly turned his head, just brushed his lips across his cheek, could not help but chuckle. Why do you ask? Xianyuan Mose, who was originally feeling a little jealous, felt a little happy when her soft lips kissed him. However, when he heard her words, his gaze moved and he said in a muffled voice, Ever since he appeared this time, I feel that his performance has been a little different. His voice was low, and his eyes flashed with an indescribable light. After 5 years, although he tried his best to act the same as before, I can feel that he treats you differently. Feng Jiu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. What do you mean? I can tell that he used to admire you very much. He followed you because of his master's instructions. At first, he looked at you with a gaze of pure admiration. Even if he was a little different sometimes, he wasn't really attracted to you. But later on, it gradually changed. That feeling turned into a desire to protect you. Until this time, after 5 years, the gaze he occasionally looks at you with is very different. Xianyuan Mose frowned as he spoke. Sometimes, when he looks at you, it's as if he has known you for a long time. He did not say that the helplessness, love, and affection in Imo Chin's eyes made him feel a sense of danger. Chapter 3409. He did not know what Imo Chan had been through in the past few years. What did he encounter? Even if he did not want to pay attention to it, it was obvious that he treated her differently. However, he also knew that he was restraining himself and suppressing his emotions. It was because of this that he found it strange and could not help but ask. He wanted to know what she was thinking. Hearing his words, Feng Jiu's expression changed slightly. He also thought about the changes in Imo Chun along the way. Compared to Imo Chun, as a woman, she was more sensitive. Naturally, she could sense that Imo Chun treated her differently, especially the words he said to her. However, that feeling was very strange. She could not pinpoint the reason for it and had no way of finding out. So, she stretched out her hand to hold his and spoke gently. Don't let your thoughts run wild. We're about to get married. Not to mention that Imo Chun has become the holy child of the divine temple. Supposedly, he cultivated for 5 years in the sacred pagoda for the sake of severing his emotions and desires. He probably only has a duty to protect and protect me. After all, his master has instructed him to always follow me. Furthermore, at this point, she paused and her eyes flashed. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose asked, Furthermore what? Feng Jiu paused for a moment and said, Once, he mentioned to me that his life is linked to mine. He said that he has a life and death tribulation. Whether he lives or dies, only I can resolve it. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose's brows furrowed tightly. He did not speak, but he also said that we will also have a life and death tribulation. He also wants to protect us. Therefore, I once thought, will the life and death tribulation be linked? Feng Jiu turned to look at him. Seeing his brows furrowed and his expression serious, she could not help but chuckle and nudge him. All right. Don't think so much. At least we haven't encountered that tribulation yet. As she spoke, she withdrew from his embrace. When she heard Lung Shuang say that the water was ready, she stood up and said, "I'm going to take a bath first." Xian Yuan Mose watched her walk behind the screen and sat at the table, deep in thought. With their current strength, who could threaten them? What if there was a life and death calamity? And when would it come true? There was still no news about the ancient lotus seeds she had mentioned. The demon lord who had disappeared had not shown up for a long time, and the person who had the black lotus of destruction. Thinking of this, his face turned cold. He was not afraid of those in the light, but he was afraid of those in the dark. After all, it was easy to block a spear in the light, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. If those people did not get rid of them, it would be a big problem. It seemed that after they got married, he would have to let his subordinates investigate this matter properly and see what those people had done in recent years. He did not know how much time had passed, but when he came back to his senses, he saw that Feng Jiu had gone in for a long time and had not come out. He also did not hear the sound of water, so he got up and walked behind the screen. He saw that half of her body was leaning back against the side of the bathtub with floating red petals. Her slender shoulders and slender snow-white neck were exposed above the water, with a few petals and water droplets on them, looking very attractive. And at this time, her eyes were tightly closed, as if she was sleeping soundly. Even when half of her chest was exposed above the water, she did not notice. Chapter 34:10. He put her on the bed, but did not help her get dressed. Instead, he wrapped her in the quilt, dried her hair, and let her sleep first. Then, without letting Lung Mo change the water, he went behind the screen to take a shower. Then, wrapped in a bath towel, he came to the bedside. Looking at her snow-white, beautiful back that was exposed when she turned over on the bed, the beautiful curve from top to bottom outlined an extremely seductive curve. In an instant, his breathing became heavier. He wiped off the water stains on his body and walked forward. He removed the large bath towel from his body and threw it aside. Then he got into the bed naked. He lifted the quilt and lay down as well. He reached out and pulled the naked Feng Jiu into his arms. "Ah, Jiu," he called in a low voice. His deep voice was magnetic. In a daze, Feng Jiu responded softly, but she did not even open her eyes. She reached out and hugged his waist. When she touched him, she woke up. Her eyes were still a bit sleepy after sleeping. She looked at the handsome face in front of her and asked blankly, "Why aren't you wearing clothes?" As soon as the voice came out, she let out a low cry. She felt a pair of big hands caressing her waist and landing on her buttocks. At the same time, the palm pressed her hard, causing her body to be tightly pressed against his. Under the blanket, the two naked bodies pressed against each other, gently caressing each other's bodies. The kind of touch and the burning passion in his eyes made her blush uncontrollably. "This isn't in." She glared at him angrily. Xian Yuan Mose chuckled. "Yes, I know this isn't in." As he spoke, he leaned down and kissed her lips. His big hands, under the quilt, also moved around her body with his kiss. Although it was not the first time the two of them were naked, Feng Jiu was still a bit shy. After all, the two of them had never taken a last step. But tonight, he was inexplicably passionate, easily stirring up the fire in her body. She followed her body's instinct to respond to his passion. The two people in the room were glued to each other like glue. At this time, Howard, who was wearing an undershirt, came to the front of the room while rubbing his eyes. Seeing Lung Shuang outside the room, he raised his head and called, "Aunt Shuang, I can't sleep. I want to sleep with father and mother." Hearing this, Lung Shuang glanced at the room behind her and said, "Your father and mother are already asleep. Go back to your room and sleep." Fortunately, she set up a soundproof enchantment for them after hearing the movements inside. Otherwise, if Hao heard it, he might think that something was going on inside. Thinking of what her master and Yama Lord were doing inside, Lung Shuang's cold and elegant face flashed with a trace of uneasiness. She coughed and said to Hao again, "Good boy, go back to sleep." Hao looked at the tightly shut room and blinked. He asked curiously, "Hao can't sleep. Why did father and mother fall asleep so early?" Hearing this, Lung Shuang didn't know how to answer for a moment. Just then, she saw Lung Hua and Du Fan coming over. She called out, "Come over and take Hao back to his room to rest." The two of them looked at each other and walked over. They glanced at the room with the soundproof enchantment, then looked at Long Shuang. Du Fan asked with a smile, "Master and the others are asleep?" Chapter 34:11. Lung Hua glanced at his sister and smiled gently. He said to Hao, "I'll accompany you back to your room. Let your father and mother have a good rest. If there's anything, you can find them tomorrow." Hao nodded, "Okay." Then he held Lung Hua's hand and walked back. After the two of them walked away, Du Fan smiled ambiguously and glanced at the room. "Are they really asleep?" Lung Shuang glanced at him and looked away. "Why aren't you going to rest? Do you want to keep watch here?" "Ha ha ha, I'm going back. I don't dare to eavesdrop in my master's room. It's better to go back and sleep." As Du Fan spoke, he opened the fan in his hand and fanned himself. "Actually, you don't have to keep watch here. This inn is full of our people, and no one would dare to attack us at this time." Lung Shuang didn't say anything. He just sat cross-legged in front of the door and closed his eyes to rest. She stayed here because if her master needed anything, he could call her immediately. After all, if he needed water or other things, it wouldn't be appropriate for others to send it in. Seeing this, Du Fan smiled and went back to his room to rest. He was going to take over the night shift in the second half of the night. On the other side, Zhenju Shang's face darkened day by day because the people he sent out couldn't find Wanyan Qianhua's whereabouts. He chased after Feng Jiu to ask, but she refused to tell him. He returned to the sect and listened to the middle-aged man report the news outside. The more he listened, the colder his face became. "How can there be no news of a living person? Have you sent people to investigate the places where she used to train and the places where she stayed outside?" The middle-aged man knew the sect master's mood, so he answered carefully. He glanced at the sect master and said, "The people we sent out didn't have any news of Miss Wanyan. Her master also didn't know. The others aren't familiar with her and don't have a deep relationship with her. Of course, they don't know where she went. However, they're trying very hard to find her. Don't worry, sect master, we will find her sooner or later." Zhenju Shang frowned and thought with a cold face. After a long time, he asked, "Have you checked the Wanyan family?" "That family is her master's family. She shouldn't have gone back for a long time. Could she have gone to the Wanyan family this time?" The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "I have sent people to check. The people of the Wanyan family said that she didn't go back. She hasn't gone back for a long time and hasn't contacted them. Moreover, I feel that if she wants to hide, she won't hide in a place we know about. She shouldn't go back to a target like the Wanyan family. I feel that she is most likely hiding in some kind of training forest, just like a few years ago." Zhenju Shang took a deep breath and said, "Send more people to keep an eye on Feng Jiu. Others don't know where she went, but Feng Jiu definitely knows. It's a pity that she won't say anything. We can't force her to say anything." The middle-aged man sighed. "You can leave." Zhenju Shang waved his hand and indicated for him to leave. "Yes." The middle-aged man responded and left the room. After he left, Zhenju Shang stood up and walked to the window. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked outside. When he thought of the woman who had raped him and then ran away, the suppressed flame in his heart flared up again. Chapter 34:12. Achoo! At the same time, Wanyan Qianhua, who was in the inn, sneezed. She felt her hair stand on end. She felt that Zhenju Shang was definitely gnashing his teeth as he called out her name. When she thought of his sullen and angry expression that night, she couldn't help but tighten her red clothes. Yes, she had taken advantage of him, but she had to be on guard against him appearing at all times. However, she was in contact with Feng Jiu. If Zhenju Shang came to the lower realm, Feng Jiu would immediately inform her. She walked out of the room in the inn and sat down on the first floor. She ordered a few dishes to eat. When she appeared on the first floor with her beautiful appearance, she immediately attracted the gazes of the guests on the first floor. They stared at her like wolves. "Miss, are you alone?" A cultivator walked over with a wine cup in one hand and a wine jug in the other. His small eyes looked at Wanyan Qianhua, and he didn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Wanyan Qianhua's beautiful eyes glanced at that person. When she saw that he was about to sit down at the table, her lips curled into a charming smile. She kicked forward with her leg and with a hidden force, the chair was kicked away. That person sat down and didn't have time to react. His whole body fell to the ground, just like that. Ouch! When that person sat down, he saw that the chair was kicked away. He couldn't control his strength and fell to the ground in a sorry state. The wine in the wine cup in his hand spilled out and splashed all over his body. When the surrounding people saw this, they roared with laughter, which made him even more angry. On the first floor, everyone was laughing. Some people slapped their thighs and raised their heads to laugh. Some people were laughing silently, but they couldn't hide the smile on their faces. The chaotic laughter spread out, making the first floor seem especially lively. What are you laughing at? Who dares to laugh again? The cultivator who fell to the ground angrily stood up. He fiercely smashed the wine cup in his hand on the ground. The crisp sound was covered by the loud laughter. However, when the cultivator released a ruthless aura, the people who were laughing gradually stopped laughing. Wanyan Qianhua looked at that cultivator playfully. She saw him stride forward and put the wine jug in his hand on the table. He stared at her fiercely. Do you know what kind of person I am? Wanyan Qianhua sneered. What? Are you not a man? A woman? She looked at him with disdain and looked away in disdain. She said leisurely, this great aunt hasn't seen someone as ugly as you for a long time. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. I can't eat in front of someone like you. You're courting death. The cultivator's eyes were filled with killing intent. I think you're the one courting death. Wanyan Shursan's low voice, filled with hostility, came from behind. Just as the cultivator was about to turn around, he saw that his collar was lifted up and his whole body was lifted off the ground. Because the back of his collar was lifted up, the front of his collar was strangling his neck. For a moment, his face flushed red, and even his breathing became difficult. 13th uncle, I don't like this person. Cripple his cultivation. Wanyan Qianhua said in a calm voice. However, the words that came out his mouth made everyone present feel shocked. Chapter 34:13. No problem. Wanyan Shursan responded and carried the person out. Not long after, there was a blood-curdling scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Then, everything returned to normal. The people in the inn didn't even dare to breathe loudly at this time. They looked at the man and woman and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They only felt their hearts thumping, afraid that they would accidentally offend them. After throwing the person out, Wanyan Shursan came to the table and sat down. He said, On the way here, I finally know why you call me back. You can count how many people I helped you deal with on the way here. I'm your uncle, but I've become your flower protector for no reason. Hearing this, Wanyan Qianhua chuckled. 13th uncle. I call you 13th uncle. It's natural for you to protect me. What's more, I help you get something good from Agio. Oh, what good thing? Medicinal pills? Wanyan Shursan rubbed his chin and asked. Seeing him staring at her with a burning gaze, she took out a bottle from her space and put it in front of him. I know you're about to break through, so I asked Agio to get this medicinal pill. When you get home, find a time to take it. Tis TSK. If I didn't say it today, were you going to wait until we got home to give it to me? Wanyan Shursan clicked his tongue and took the bottle. He opened it and poured it out to take a look. After taking a look, his eyes couldn't help but light up. That girl Fengjiu is really generous. After saying this, he quickly put the medicinal pill away. After the two of them ate something in the inn, they flew on their swords in the direction of the Wanyan family. Compared to the Wanyan family in the upper realm, the Wanyan family in the lower realm was a reclusive family. They were not known by the world. The family was not located in a bustling town, but deep in the mountains. After all, the Wanyan family was a family of ghost masters. Naturally, deep in the mountains was more suitable for living. On this trip back, Wanyan Qianhua didn't plan to stay in the family for a long time. First, it was because the yin qi in the family was heavy, which was not conducive to her pregnancy. Second, if she was bold enough, the people in the family would probably ask who the father of the child was. Therefore, this time, she only planned to go back and take a look. After staying for a few days, she would leave and settle down in a bustling town and wait for her child to be born. However, because Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mo's marriage was going to be held here, she also had to go and congratulate them. Therefore, at this time, she was still thinking about whether she should go directly to the Peach Blossom Cove of the Phoenix Dynasty to wait for the birth or somewhere else. A few days later, Wanyan Qianhua and Wanyan Shisan arrived at the Wanyan family's residence. As soon as they approached the boundary of the Wanyan family's territory, they felt a gust of yin qi spread around them. However, for the two of them, their bodies were protected by powerful spiritual auras. In addition, they were the top people in the family. Naturally, the yin qi could not get close to them. However, before the two of them saw the gate of the Wanyan family, they already heard the sounds of battle and miserable cries. Hearing the sounds, the two of them frowned. Wanyan Shisan looked at Wanyan Qianhua beside him and asked, "Didn't they say that this was a reclusive family? Why is there a battle here? It sounds like a big commotion." Chapter 34:14. The two figures dashed forward. The closer they got, the clearer the yin qi and the ghostly howls became. Other than that, there were also some people's roars and the clanging of swords and sabers. At this time, in front of the Wanyan family's gate, there were many corpses on the ground. There were people from the Wanyan family and people from other powers. For the Wanyan family, this battle was extremely bitter. This battle had lasted from midnight until now. The Wanyan family had suffered countless casualties. Even the women and 15-year-old youths had come out to fight to protect the Wanyan family. However, the power of one family was limited, especially when the other side was surrounded by 200 to 300 people from 4 to 5 different powers. Among them, there were more than 10 powerful leaders. The difference in power was too great. It seemed that the Wanyan family was about to lose. "You dare to attack our Wanyan family? When my aunt comes back, she won't let you go." A 15-year-old boy shouted angrily. Seeing that his father was still fighting despite being injured, he rushed forward to help. Who knew that when he rushed forward, he would be stopped by a man in his 30s? "Ha ha ha ha! Is that so? Then I'll take your life first. Let's see who can save you." A cold light flashed in front of his eyes, and a sharp sword moved towards his neck. The Wanyan family members cried out, "Feng Er!" The youth only felt a bloodthirsty killing intent coming towards his neck. That killing intent was even colder than his yin qi. Even though the sword qi on the sharp sword had yet to cut his neck, he was so shocked that he couldn't move. He was completely shocked by the other party's strength. It was also at that moment that everyone's hearts tightened as if they were being tightly grasped by a large hand. Then they saw a red figure sweep past like a ghost. The young man only felt that he was being pulled away by someone. His nose caught a whiff of an extremely pleasant and slightly familiar scent. He raised his head in that person's embrace and was stunned by what he saw. Wanyan Qianhua pulled the man away. With a flick of his sleeve, a wave of spiritual power came out and sucked the long sword in the man's hand. The long sword turned around, and the sharp tip of the sword was aimed at the man's heart. "Xiao! Hiss!" The sharp sword qi carried a terrifying aura as it shot out with a swish. It pierced through that person's heart with the speed of a meteor, directly piercing through his chest. That person screamed as his body was pushed several meters away by the force. He staggered and fell to the ground. His eyes stared straight ahead as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. One of his hands was still tightly clutching his chest where the sword had pierced through. He seemed to want to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, his body twitched a few times before he breathed his last. "How dare you injure a member of my Wanyan family? All of you must die." Wanyan Qianhua's cold and emotionless voice rang out from his mouth. His voice contained a powerful pressure and force that entered the ears of everyone present, causing their hearts to suddenly tremble. A chill ran up from the soles of their feet as they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Because of this sudden scene, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked in shock at the woman in red who had suddenly appeared. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Aunt. Chapter 34:15. Hearing him call her aunt, Wanyan Qianhua revealed a smile. She reached out and touched the youth's head, saying, "I haven't seen you for a few years. Fenger has grown up." Aunt, the youth couldn't stop crying. He hugged her with both hands and cried very sadly. "Aunt, They killed a lot of our clansmen. Qianhua, eldest miss, sister. A series of surprise calls came from the surroundings. Everyone called out and quickly came to her side. Wanyan Qianhua listened to the crowd's shouts and swept her gaze across the ground. Only then did she raise her head to look at her clansmen and say, "I came back late." She should have come back earlier. If she had come back earlier, her clansmen would not have suffered so many casualties. She took a deep breath and patted the youth's head. Go to the back, and we'll deal with these people." The youth retreated and returned to the back. His eyes were still looking at his aunt. "Grandfather, father, let the clansmen retreat." As Wanyan Qianhua spoke, his eyes fell on the people in front of him. Slowly, a bloodthirsty smile appeared in his eyes. "Today all of you will die here." "Ha ha! With just you?" The 7 or 8 leaders raised their heads and laughed. They stared at Wanyan Qianhua contemptuously, as if they had ignored the cultivator who had died earlier. Wanyan Qianhua sneered and said coldly, "13th uncle, watch carefully. Don't let any of them escape." As soon as her voice fell, her ghost-like figure had already swept out. She didn't use the 10,000 ghost banner. Instead, she held a long sword in her hand and killed them one by one. The red figure shuttled through the crowd. The extreme speed and the sharp sword that could not be seen clearly shocked everyone, especially those who wanted to fight back. At that moment, they only felt a strong pressure enveloping them, shocking them and making them unable to move. They were at the mercy of the slaughter. Wherever the red figure passed, corpses would fall to the ground with their eyes wide open. Some of them died before they could even take a breath, and some of them died before they could even let out a cry of surprise. In this vast area, the remaining 200 or so people had no power to resist and were slaughtered. The thick smell of blood permeated the surroundings, causing some people to be extremely frightened. They used all their strength to break free from the shock of the pressure and wanted to escape. However, several figures were just about to escape when their necks were twisted and thrown to the ground. Wanyan Shursan clapped his hands and snorted, "Didn't you hear my little niece say that none of you can leave? Are you trying to test my skills?" He looked around and saw that in less than half an incense stick's time, more than 200 people had all died at the hands of Wanyan Qianhua. Not a single one was left. TSK. No wonder you're more famous than me after cultivating for a few years. It does make sense, Wanyan Shursan said, his eyes shining as he looked at Wanyan Qianhua, who had finally stopped. With her strength, these 200 or so people were indeed not enough. These people were truly courting death. So many people actually besieged the Wanyan clan. Moreover, they happened to come back. However, it was fortunate that they came back. If they came any later, the Wanyan clan would have been massacred. Chapter 34:16. Qianhua greets grandfather and father. She bowed to the two of them and greeted them. The two of them held her hand and nodded proudly. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." The two of them couldn't hide their excitement as they looked at her. When they saw the man in black coming from behind, the Wanyan ancestor asked, "Qianhua, who is this?" "He's a direct descendant of the main family in the upper world, Wanyan Shursan. I call him 13th uncle," Wanyan Qianhua said and glanced at Wanyan Shursan behind him. It was reasonable to say that in the Wanyan clan of the lower world, even if it was the clan head and ancestor of the clan, the status of the Wanyan clan in the upper world was higher than theirs, not to mention the clan head and ancestor. However, because of Wanyan Qianhua, Wanyan Shursan still stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "7th uncle, just call me 13th uncle." Wanyan Shursan walked forward with a smile and said to the old man. Because the old man in the lower world's Wanyan clan was a branch descendant, he only had a little relationship with the Wanyan clan in the upper world. He called him 7th uncle because he was ranked 7th back then. Hearing Wanyan Qianhua say that he was from the main family in the upper world, the old man didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly said, "So you're from the main family. Please come in, please come in." The group of people walked inside, leaving only a few people to clean up the corpses outside. Wanyan Shursan was the most talented person in the clan. After leaving for several years, he came back and saved everyone in the clan. At this moment, The entire Wanyan clan was happy and excited. The people in the clan wanted to surround him and say a few words. They wanted to squeeze in and take a look, but they were all stopped and sorted out the affairs in the residence. In the main hall, the old man wanted to invite Wanyan Shursan to sit in the main seat. However, Wanyan Shursan, who didn't care about this, waved his hand and sat down casually next to Wanyan Xinhua. He said, "I don't care much about the rules. You could do whatever you want. This time, I came back with Xinhua. You can treat me as invisible. Don't worry about me too much." Hearing this, everyone in the hall couldn't help but be stunned. Some of them looked at each other. Wanyan Xinhua saw that they were injured and hadn't been treated, so he said, "Grandfather, father, I see that all the uncles are injured. Your wounds haven't been bandaged. It's better to treat your wounds first." Ahem. Wanyan Shursan coughed softly. He clenched one hand into a fist and pressed it against his lips. He felt a trace of blood spread in his throat. The hand that was pressed against the corner of his lips was stained with blood because of this. He was thinking of wiping the blood off his hand when no one noticed. Unexpectedly, Wanyan Xinhua's voice sounded at this time. "Grandfather, are you seriously injured?" Wanyan Xinhua frowned slightly. While speaking, she had already stood up and walked forward. She came to his front and reached out to take his pulse. She didn't know how to be an expert in medicine, but every cultivator knew how to make a simple diagnosis. Chapter 34:17. It doesn't matter. I'll just eat an inner core. Old man Wanyan said. Seeing that she found out, he smiled and wiped the blood off his hand. He then took out a medicine bottle from his space. "Grandfather, eat this." Wanyan Xinhua took out an inner core. It was the medicinal pill given to her by Fengjiu. The effect was even more remarkable. When the old man saw the medicinal pill in her palm, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This is a 7th rank inner core. This was a heaven-defying medicinal pill. It was impossible to find it in this lower realm. As soon as the old man's words came out, everyone in the hall instinctively looked forward and were shocked. 7th rank inner core? Eldest Miss actually had a 7th rank inner core. That was really a good thing. Wanyan Xinhua smiled slightly. This was given to me by my sworn sister, Fengjiu. Grandfather, eat this. The effect is better. The old man looked at his granddaughter in front of him and suppressed the shock in his heart. He sighed. Grandfather is also thanks to you. After living for so long, this is the first time I've seen a 7th rank inner core. Haha, what's the big deal? Although a 7th rank inner core is difficult to find, and even in the master's family, it's rare. However, who asked Xinhua's sworn sister to be a crazy alchemist? What kind of medicinal pill can't she want? Wanyan Shursan laughed loudly. When he thought of that little girl, Fengjiu, his eyes were full of smiles. I've heard of that person. Although I've never seen her, her name is like thunder in my ears. The old man said and took the medicinal pill. At the same time, he picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. If there's a chance in the future, I'll invite her to our house. Wanyan Xinhua said. After seeing him take the medicinal pill, she stepped forward to help bandage the wound on his arm. Then she helped her father bandage the wound and returned to her seat. The doctors in the hall helped everyone treat the wounds. Wanyan Shursan was drinking tea. Wanyan Xinhua looked at the two people on the main seat and asked, Grandfather, father, who are those people? Why did you attack our clan? Their Wanyan clan was a hidden clan and had never interfered with the matters of the outside world. They also had few enemies, so why would those people act against their clan? The location of our clan was originally unknown to the world. However, ever since a few months ago, when someone came to the Forest of Ghosts to train, they accidentally trespassed into our territory and attracted the attention of our clansmen. After we sent them out, who knew that it would lead to disaster? The Wanyan clan master sighed. We don't know which sect they are from, but they came here for our 3 treasures. Hearing this, Wanyan Xinhua's face turned cold. She naturally knew what the Wanyan family's 3 treasures were. They were a family of ghost tamers, so they naturally had to have some suppressive items in their family. Otherwise, their bodies wouldn't be able to handle dealing with things with heavy energy all year round. The Wanyan family's 3 treasures were the 1,000-year god soul wood, the soul-suppressing orb, and the ghost tamer scripture. These 3 items were their family's inheritance, passed down for generation to generation. As a member of the Wanyan family, they had to protect these 3 treasures. Now that she heard that those people had designs on their 3 treasures, her heart was filled with killing intent just thinking about it. Chapter 34:18. In a family, even if there was only one powerful expert, no one would dare to provoke them. Moreover, after this incident, even if there were still people who wanted to attack their Wanyan family, they would definitely not dare to act rashly. When Wanyan Xinhua heard this, she looked at her father and nodded. You are all injured. Go back and rest today. 13th uncle, and I will take care of the matters in the family. Don't worry. Well, your courtyard has always been cleaned. You can live in it when you go back. As for 13th uncle, I will ask someone to prepare a courtyard for him. Qianlan will send you there. When the matters in the house are sorted out, we will hold a welcoming party for you. The head of the Wanyan family said and looked at his son. Grandfather, father, don't worry. I will take 13th uncle and sister there. The man who was waiting at the side said and looked at Qianhua with a smile. Wanyan Qianhua looked at him and smiled. She stood up and said to everyone in the hall, Uncles, please recuperate first. Qianhua will invite you to drink in 2 days. As she spoke, she flicked her sleeves, and more than a dozen bottles flew out from her sleeves and landed in their hands. These medicines can speed up the recovery of your wounds. Qianhua will go back first. As she spoke, she glanced at Wanyan Shursan and her brother. 13th uncle, sister, let's go. Wanyan Qianlan said and led them out. In the hall, the people who were holding the medicine bottles were also surprised. They didn't expect that she would give each of them a bottle of medicine. Especially when they saw the medicine, they were even more surprised. This was a top-grade medicine. It was really worth tens of thousands of gold. Out of the hall, a group of children, big and small, who were waiting outside, gathered around and looked at Wanyan Qianhua curiously. Aunt, 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 aunt. The words auntie came from the mouths of the children. Some of them were direct descendants, while others were collateral descendants. However, they all called her auntie. The 15-year-old boy looked at his aunt who came out with his father and couldn't help but run forward in surprise. Aunt. Without waiting for Wanyan Qianhua to speak, Wanyan Qianlan, who was beside him, looked at the youth with a gloomy face. You're the elder brother. How can you allow them to surround you here? Brother, it's okay. They're just kids. Wanyan Qianhua smiled and tugged at his sleeve. The young man blushed and lowered his head uneasily. Because everyone wants to see Annie. So. Wanyan Qianhua smiled and said to everyone, now that you've seen it, you can all go back first. The mansion will be rather busy today, so don't run around. Yes, Aunt. All the children responded and looked at her with sparkling eyes. Finally, under Wanyan Qianlan's signal, everyone dispersed. The young man stood beside his father and looked at Wanyan Qianhua. Auntie, you've been gone for so many years. Why haven't you changed? I've grown a lot taller. Seeing a relative he hadn't seen in a long time, the young man forgot even the simplest thing. He forgot that for cultivators, the stronger they were, the more their appearance wouldn't change. Moreover, Wanyan Qianhua had taken a medicine given by Fengjiu back then. Her appearance would forever remain at its peak and wouldn't age. Chapter 34:19. Wanyan Qianhua glanced at him, then smiled and said to the youth, Fenger, no matter how many years have passed, Aunt will still be like this. But you, after not seeing you for a few years, you are almost taller than Aunt. Hearing this, the youth smiled embarrassedly. He was only up to Aunt Xin now. He was not very tall. Fenger, call him 13th uncle. Wanyan Qianlan motioned his son to call him 13th uncle. Fenger greets 13th uncle. The youth stopped and bowed respectfully to Wanyan Shursan. When he heard the word uncle, Wanyan Shursan had a strange expression on his face. Uncle, it sounds so old. Although she said that, she still moved her hand and took out something from the space and handed it to him. You can't call me uncle for nothing. Take it. This is uncle's gift to you. The youth looked at his father. He wanted to take it, but he didn't dare. Why haven't you thanked your uncle? Wan Yin Qianlan said with a smile on his face. Thank you, 13th uncle. The youth thanked him happily and took the thing. He looked left and right and saw that it was a defensive treasure. He was even happier. Wan Yin Shursen glanced at Wan Yin Qianlan and said, You are called Qianlan? You look much older than Qianhua. Hearing this, Wan Yin Qianlan's mouth twitched. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Why did he get the feeling that he had asked his son to call him granduncle? And that was why he had said that. Wan Yin Qianhua chuckled when he heard this. 13th uncle, are you bullying my brother? It's not like you don't know that I am my father's daughter. Wan Yin Shursan sneered and didn't say anything more. As they walked, they came to Wan Yin Qianhua's courtyard. When he heard that Wan Yin Qianlan was going to prepare a courtyard for him, he waved his hand and said, There is no need to prepare a courtyard for me. Qianhua's courtyard is quite big, and there are so many rooms. I will just choose one to stay in. He thought that he wouldn't stay for too long anyway. Moreover, he was familiar with Qianhua in this residence. If he lived too far away, he wouldn't know who to talk to. As for things like men and women, he wouldn't think about it. What's more, he was Qianhua's uncle, so there was nothing wrong with staying in the same courtyard. That's not very good, right? Wan Yin Qianlan was a bit stunned. He felt that 13th uncle didn't act according to common sense. How could an uncle stay in his niece's courtyard? This didn't conform to the rules. Wan Yin Qianhua chuckled. Brother, it's fine. Just let 13th uncle stay in my courtyard. Anyway, there are plenty of rooms. Seeing that both of them said so, he didn't say anything more. He just said, Well, you must be tired after a long journey. Take a rest first. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some food for you. With that, he left with his son. After the two of them left, Wan Yin Shursan looked at Wan Yin Qianhua and asked, You're not planning to stay here for a long time, are you? Originally, he said that he would leave after coming back. Who knew that he would encounter this situation? Wan Yin Qianhua sat at the table, holding his chin with one hand, and sighed softly. I won't stay for a long time, but I will definitely stay for a short time. You have seen the situation of the family. I haven't come back for so many years. Can I just stay for a few days and leave? All right, then let's stay. Anyway, it's still a long time before that little girl Fingjiu gets married. He said indifferently. Chapter 34:20. She was just thinking that if she lived here for a few months, she was afraid that her belly would not be able to be hidden. For a moment, she felt a little embarrassed. However, although she was a little worried about how to tell her family about this matter, she still lived in the family. Until one day, she was lying lazily on the bed and did not even want to move. Wan Yin Shursan came in from outside and shouted, Qianhua, it's time to eat. Why are you lying on the bed again? Wan Yin Shursan entered the room and saw that she was on the bed in the inner room. He did not come closer, but looked at her through the bed curtain and asked, I don't want to eat. 13th uncle, you go. I won't go. Wan Yin Qianhua said and did not get up. Seeing this, Wan Yin Shursan frowned. Why do you look so weak when you speak? Could it be that he's sick? No, I'm just a little sleepy. Hearing her say this, Wan Yin Shursan nodded. All right. In that case, you sleep for a while. I'll bring you some food later. As he spoke, he walked outside. The maidservant sent Wan Yin Shursan out. When she returned to the room to serve, she heard Wan Yin Qianhua's voice. Go and bring me some sour plums. Yes. The maidservant responded and walked out. The room was quiet. Wan Yin Qianhua, who was on the bed, exhaled softly. She felt a little stuffy in her chest and a little nauseous. She forced herself not to vomit. Thinking of her physical condition during this period of time, she reached out to feel her pulse and revealed a smile that said, As expected. Fengjiu said that after eating that pill, she would definitely be pregnant after one night. Sure enough, she was really pregnant. Thinking of the child in her stomach, the smile on her face could not help but soften. This was her child. When Wan Yin Shursan returned, he was holding a food box in his hand. When he entered the room, he saw Wan Yin Qianhua sitting at the table eating sour plums. Those green sour plums, she actually took a whole bite. Seeing this, he could not help but feel his teeth ache. How is this delicious? It's so sour, and it's not filling. He walked forward and placed the food box on the table, saying, I brought some food back for you. Today's fish is quite tender. Try it. However, When he approached her, he saw her expression suddenly change. She stood up, covered her mouth, and ran to the washroom. Not long after, he heard the sound of vomiting. Seeing this, he asked the maidservant, "What's wrong with her?" Young miss is not feeling well." The maidservant said softly. "Why didn't you ask a doctor to come and see her? Why are you still here? Go ask a doctor to come and take a look at her," Wan Yin-shur-san ordered with a sullen expression. He frowned and looked displeased. Yes, yes." The maidservant trembled slightly and was about to leave when she heard her young miss's voice. "There's no need to call a doctor. Take the food box on the table away and ask the kitchen to cook a bowl of bird's nest porridge for me." As Wan Yin-shinhua spoke, she walked out with a pale face and sat down at the table. After gently exhaling, she hurriedly picked up a sour plum and ate it. The sour plum suppressed the nausea as soon as it entered her mouth, making her feel a little better. The maidservant repeatedly responded and left with the food box. Chapter 34:21. Hearing this, Wan Yin-shinhua looked at him with a conflicted expression. She seemed to be thinking about how to tell him about this. Looking at her conflicted expression, Wan Yin-shur-san's mood couldn't help but become heavy. He asked carefully, "Qianhua, tell me honestly, do you have an incurable disease?" Wan Yin-shinhua was stunned, and then she burst into laughter. "13th uncle, your imagination is too rich. I don't have an incurable disease." Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, he asked, "Since you don't, why are you so pale? And you vomited? And you don't want a doctor to come and see you? What's going on?" At this time, she sat up straight, put away the smile on her face, and looked at him seriously. "13th uncle, I'll tell you the truth." "Well, tell me." Wan Yin-shur-san couldn't help but feel nervous because of her. He also sat up straight and looked at her seriously. He was already thinking in his heart that if she really had an incurable disease, he could go back and find Fengjiu to come and see her. "I'm pregnant." Wan Yin-shinhua looked at him and said. Suddenly, she felt that, as a niece, she was discussing her pregnancy with an uncle here. It was inexplicably funny. Wan Yin-shur-san, who was planning in his heart, heard her words and nodded. "Pregnant? So you're pregnant. This is a good thing." However, as soon as his voice fell, his whole body froze. He was so shocked that he stood up abruptly and knocked the chair to the ground. He exclaimed, "Pregnant? You said you're pregnant? Keep your voice down." Wan Yin-shinhua quickly said and glared at him angrily. "I just didn't want my father and the others to know." The two of them were talking in the room, but they didn't know that the old man, the head of the Wan Yin family, and Wan Yin-shinlan, who were about to step in outside the courtyard, stopped in their tracks at the same time after hearing the exclamation. Their faces were filled with shock. Qianhua is pregnant? How could she be pregnant when she wasn't even married? Whose child was this? Why didn't she tell them that she was back? Could it be that he was bullied outside? For a moment, the three people's hearts were racing. They only felt a surge of anger in their hearts. They wanted to rush in and ask who the man who bullied her was. However, he was worried that she would be embarrassed, so he endured it. She hadn't told them about her return. She probably didn't want them to know or worry about her. But now that she was pregnant, it was only a matter of time before everyone in the clan found out. How would they look at her then? At the thought of this, they clenched their fists tightly. That heartless man had actually let her face such a thing alone. He really deserved to die. The three of them retracted their auras and didn't walk in. Instead, they looked at each other and left first. In the room, Wan Yin-shur-san stared at Wan Yin-shinhua and asked, "Junji Shangs?" Wan Yin-shinhua glanced at him and said, "Who else could it be if not him? You actually slept with him and are pregnant with his child?" He walked around the room uneasily and rubbed his hands. He returned to her and asked nervously, "Does he know?" Chapter 34:22. "You're planning to give birth to this child?" Wan Yin-shur-san looked at her. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, as if he had thought of something. He widened his eyes in disbelief. "Don't tell me you've been planning to steal his seed from the start." Hearing this, Wan Yin-shinhua said unhappily, "What do you mean by stealing his seed? This is my child." Seeing her like this, Wan Yin-shur-san didn't know what to say. He asked, "Does Fengjiu know about this?" Could it be that you're pregnant because of Fengjiu's help? For cultivators like them, it was not so easy to conceive a child. Especially the stronger the cultivator, the more difficult it was. However, they actually conceived a child after a one-night stand. It could be seen that she had a plan long ago. Wanyan Qianhua replied. Seeing this, Wanyan Shisan put down the chair that had fallen on the ground and sat back down. He sighed and said, "And what are you going to do now? Are you not going to tell your father and the others? But if you continue to stay here, they'll know when your belly gets bigger. So I'm thinking, should we leave before my belly gets bigger?" She played with her hair and said, "The Peach Blossom Cove that Fengjiu mentioned is a good place to nurture the baby, and it's close to her house. If that's the case, then find a time to tell them and we'll leave." Wanyan Shisan said, In a few days." As she spoke, she heard footsteps outside. Not long after, a maidservant's voice came from outside. "Young Mississippi," the maidservant came in with a bowl of bird's nest. She placed it on the table and said, "There's some stewed bird's nest in the kitchen." Coincidentally, the master went over. He knew that young Miss hadn't eaten yet, so he said to bring a bowl of bird's nest to fill your stomach first. When the bird's nest porridge is ready, he'll have someone send it over. Wanyan Qianhua waved his hand, indicating for her to leave. He opened the lid and picked up the spoon to eat while saying, 13th uncle, I've just started to show signs of pregnancy. It's not suitable for me to run around outside during this period of time. If I want to leave, I'll have to wait for the first 3 months. For the time being, I'll stay here and take care of the baby. I don't know anything about this. We'll do whatever you say, but I think it's better to find an experienced person to stay by your side and take care of you," Wanyan Shisan said with a frown. On the other side, in the upper world sect, Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu arrived at the place where the Immortal Ascension Stairs was located. They informed the sect leader of their purpose for coming, and naturally, there was no objection. In a world where strength was everything, as long as they were powerful enough, no one would stop them from doing whatever they wanted. Even if they wanted to break the rules of heaven and earth between the upper and lower worlds and open up the immortal path that connected the two worlds, no one would say anything. The people from other places didn't know of their plans, but the people in the sect did. On this day, they saw the two of them fly up into the sky and discuss in low voices. Guan Shilin, who was watching from the side, asked Emo Chun worriedly, "With their strength, can they really break the rules of heaven and earth? Can they really open up the immortal path that connects the two worlds? Will it consume too much spiritual energy?" Chapter 34:23. The path of immortality on the ladder of immortality would not normally be opened. Even if it was, it would usually be opened from the lower realm. Now, when the spiritual aura of the two figures in midair surged, and a powerful airflow condensed into a divine thought to forcefully open the path of immortality, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a fierce wind suddenly rose. Unlike the normal opening by the people of the sect, Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu used their own power to open the path of immortality. Because of this, once the path of immortality was opened, it came into contact with the laws of heaven and earth between the two realms. The clouds in the sky surged, and muffled thunder faintly sounded. Boom! Bang bang! Thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, striking towards Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu in the sky. However, in the next moment, a powerful pressure belonging to a godly king expert was released from their bodies and went upwards. The pressure of a godly king expert collided with the heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder that struck down disappeared in midair, leaving only the muffled sound of thunder stirring in the clouds. The change in the weather above the sect shocked the cultivators in the surrounding towns and cities. They all stood on high ground and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky from afar. In Four Corner City, the people from the various clans who were watching the scene in the sky from a close distance were even more shocked. Compared to the cultivators who were further away, they could clearly see the black and red figures in midair. They were Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu. Moreover, they could clearly see that when the heavenly thunder in the sky struck towards the two of them, it was blocked by the two of them and disappeared in midair. Even the heavenly thunder rolling in the clouds could no longer strike down. It only lingered in the sky for a long time, as if it was staring at Xianyuan Mose and Fengzhou below. In the sect station, CK and Mu Xian, who were standing with Guan Shilin and Mo Chun and the others, were also shocked speechless by the scene in front of them. When their master said that he was going to open the path of immortality that connected the two realms, they were also dumbfounded and felt that it was unbelievable. After all, that was something that could only be done by breaking the laws of heaven. But now, when they saw the scene in the sky and saw their powerful, godly king aura and divine consciousness forcefully open the path of immortality, they did not know how to express the shock in their hearts. After so many years, it was the first time that they had seen with their own eyes someone who could break the laws of heaven and make the path of immortality. Furthermore, this person was their master. Their master's names had already spread far and wide, but there were still many who didn't know that their masters were experts that stood shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Sovereign Lord Tongtian and Sovereign Lord Black Tortoise. However, after today's news spread, no matter where they were, everyone would know that there were two more powerful sovereign lords in this world. No, they were different from ordinary monarchs. They were monarchs and phoenix masters. They were destined by the heavens. While carrying the excitement and shock in their hearts, they looked at the two figures in midair with adoration, and they couldn't help but feel honored when they heard the exclamations and discussions of the surrounding people. After all, that was their master. Chapter 34:24. In that instant, everyone's gaze fell on the sky above the sect. A seven-colored rainbow streaked across the sky. Half of it was in the sky above the upper realm, while the other half was in the sky below. They connected the sky like an arch bridge, forming a path of immortality. Look, they've really connected the two realms. Hiss! Unbelievable! They've really broken the rules of heaven and earth. They've opened the path of immortality with their powerful, godly king, divine consciousness. It's a brand new path of immortality. Exclamations of shock and disbelief spread all around. Looking at the scene in the sky, the sect master and the people in the sect could not help but sigh softly. Godly kings are really powerful. CK and Mu Xian, who were standing with Guan Shilin and Mo Chun and the others, also looked up. As time passed, their master's voice came from above. CK Mu Xian, come up. The two of them looked at each other, then immediately gathered their chi and flew up. When they arrived in front of the two of them, they bowed respectfully. Master. Fengzhou looked at them and said, from today onwards, the path of immortality will be guarded by the two of you. Come up. Fengzhou said, and gestured for the two of them to come forward. Seeing this, the two of them walked up and stopped a step away from him. At that moment, they looked at the seven-colored path of immortality beneath their feet, and their eyes flashed. This was the void, but when they stepped on it, they felt as if they were stepping on flat ground. It was very different. The seven-colored rainbow will gradually disperse, but the path of immortality will still exist. I'll cut open the void and merge your divine consciousness with the path of immortality. In the future, you will cultivate and guard the path of immortality here. As he spoke, Fengzhou stretched out his hand and formed a complicated seal. He extracted a strand of their divine consciousness and merged it with the path of immortality. In the next moment, a flame mark appeared between their eyebrows. Feeling the burning sensation between their eyebrows and the addition of their master's divine sense in their divine sense, they couldn't help but be startled and look at their master. This path of immortality was opened by my divine sense. After you fuse, you will naturally become one with this path of immortality. Moreover, a strand of my divine sense will also guard this place with you. After I set up a barrier here, everyone who wants to pass through this path of immortality will need your permission. Fengzhou looked at the two and said. He turned around and set up a barrier on the path, then said, go in and take a look. You can cultivate in there in the future. Yes, the two of them couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts. After exchanging a glance, They walked towards the path of immortality. The crowd below could not hear what they were saying. They only knew that after CK and Mu Xian entered the path of immortality, their figures gradually disappeared into the white clouds without a trace. CK and Mu Xian walked on the path of immortality. They felt their divine senses move, and the entire path of immortality was stored in their minds. Every corner of the path of immortality was incomparably clear in their minds. Moreover, there were 2 spirit gathering arrays here, and the rich spiritual aura was not inferior to that of the Immortals' Cave in the sect. More importantly, this place was quiet, and the enchantments were condensed and moved according to their thoughts. Chapter 34-25. Xin Yuanmos glanced at them, but didn't say anything. Fengjiu nodded. Okay, you 2 stay here and familiarize yourself with this place. If you have any problems that you can't solve in the future, you can look for me. Yes, the 2 of them replied. After bowing, they retreated into the path of immortality and disappeared. Seeing this, the people below couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and discuss it. When Xin Yuanmos and Fengjiu descended from the sky and headed towards the sect master, some people couldn't hold back their curiosity and stood up to see what the path of immortality was like. However, they realized that they couldn't enter it at all. Xin Yuanmos and Fengjiu went to the sect master's place. The group of people sat down on the main peak and discussed in detail. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, the sect master asked, "So, CK and Mu Xian will be guarding there from now on?" "Yes, they can also cultivate there. Moreover, that path of immortality needs someone to guard it. I don't feel at ease leaving it to others." Fengjiu said, "Now that the path of immortality is open, we have to leave for a period of time. I hope the sect master doesn't blame us for transferring the 2 of them from the sect to guard the path of immortality." The sect master looked at her and sighed. "Phoenix Master, you're too serious. You've arranged everything very well. I have nothing to say. Moreover, guarding the path of immortality is much better than being a venerable in my sect. Moreover, that place is extremely beneficial for their cultivation." They chatted for a while on the main peak. Then, the group returned to their cave abodes to rest and prepare to leave tomorrow. When night fell, Xin Yuanmos and Fengjiu once again headed towards the path of immortality. There was no night on the path of immortality, only day. The path of immortality was a vast expanse of white, as if there was no end to it. CK and Mu Xian sensed the 2 of them as soon as they entered the path of immortality. They hurriedly came before the 2 of them and bowed respectfully. "Master." "Yes." The 2 of them responded and walked from the path of immortality in the upper bound to the path of immortality in the lower bound. Xin Yuanmos glanced at Fengjiu and asked, "Do you want to rest before coming back? Or can you do it now?" Fengjiu smiled. "Although I used up a lot of spiritual energy today, I also rested for a while when I returned to the cave residence. Now that my spiritual energy has recovered, it won't be difficult for me to conquer the lower realm." As she spoke, she stood on the path of immortality that was as bright as day. She looked at the pitch-black sky of the lower realms, and her gaze moved slightly. Only one of the 4 guardians of the 4 celestial corners of the lower realm had ever appeared. Back then, even though she was arrogant and proud, she had no choice but to admit that she was insignificant back then. Now a few years had passed. She had walked step by step from a small 9th-grade country until she became a divine king-level powerhouse in the upper realm. She had been through a lot along the way, but it was also because of this that she had grown so quickly. Now, she could look down on everything. Xin Yuanmos did not step forward. Instead, he stood not far behind Fengjiu and watched. CK and Mu Xian stood behind Xin Yuanmos and watched. They did not know what their master was going to do, but from the looks of it, it was not going to be a small matter. Chapter 34-26. A powerful divine sense was injected into the sky. Almost at that moment, the hearts of the 4 guardians of the celestial corners suddenly shook. They opened their sharp eyes in the palaces in the 4 corners and looked towards the path of immortality. In the next moment, 4 rays of light streaked across the sky like shooting stars and headed towards the same place. The people in the lower realm didn't react at all. Because of this, the people in the lower realm didn't know that the master of this world had changed overnight. In front of a cave residence in the sect, Enchanting, dressed in white, stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His calm eyes were like the mysterious sea, deep and bottomless. No one knew what he was thinking. They only knew that he stood there quietly for the entire night and only returned to his cave residence to rest when the sun was about to rise. Jun Jueshang, who was also in the sect, also knew that Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu had opened the path of immortality. That night, even though he did not walk out of the courtyard, he knew that not only had the heavens and earth in the lower world changed owners, but even the upper world had been enveloped by a new divine sense. It covered every corner and quietly changed owners. Ordinary immortal cultivators did not notice it. However, Sovereign Tong Tian and the others, who were also divine kings, knew it immediately. The others were different. After all, they knew that Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu were both divine kings. However, they did not designate their territories as sovereigns. Now that they had taken over the upper world, it was within their expectations. However, when Sovereign Tong Tian heard the news, he was so angry that he smashed things in his palace. It was fine if it was the lower world, but he had already intended to take over the upper world. However, Xianyuan Mose had beaten him to it. Moreover, he was the sovereign of the upper world. It seemed that all the major sects and forces had tacitly agreed to it. No one stood out to stop him. This made him very angry. In particular, an expert who had just entered the Divine King realm actually had the ability to change the heavens and earth in one night. Such means and boldness shocked him. The next morning, when the first rays of the morning sun shone on the earth, the chill in the air was dispelled. Before the people in the sect woke up, a white figure walked up the mountain path. Bai Qingcheng, who had not shown her face for a long time, rushed over from the sect when she received the news from her master. Since her master was going back to get married, she naturally had to follow. Moreover, she had not seen her master and the rest for a long time, and she missed them dearly. He knocked on the door of the sect and explained his intentions. Then, someone from the sect led him to the cave residence. Because she came early when she arrived at Master's Immortal's cave, Master was still not awake. Instead, she bumped into Leng Hua and the others. Qingcheng, when did you arrive? Leng Hua looked at her, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and revealed a gentle smile. I just arrived, Bai Qingcheng said. She looked at him and asked, Are you all okay? We're all good. Leng Hua nodded and said, I'm about to go to the kitchen. Come with me. Therefore, Bai Qingcheng responded and followed him to the kitchen. Along the way, the two of them chatted about what had happened in the past few years. Chapter 34:27. Master. When Bai Qingcheng saw Fengjiu, she immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. You're here? Have a seat. Fengjiu smiled and gestured for her to sit down. He also sat down on the cloth spread out on the grass. He picked up a piece of cake and ate it while patting Hao-Er's head. Mother, when are we going home? Hao-Er looked up and asked. We'll go back in a while. Fengjiu smiled and looked at Bai Qingcheng. He glanced at her and smiled. It seems that you've improved very quickly these few years. Bai Qingcheng smiled. It's all thanks to Master's pills. Otherwise, Qingcheng wouldn't have improved so quickly. Speaking of which, you haven't seen your brother for many years since you came here with me. We can have a good reunion when we go back. Fengjiu said. A gentle smile appeared on Bai Qingcheng's face at the mention of her younger brother. A few years had passed, and her brother should have grown up a lot. He should be able to take charge of things on his own now. Mose doesn't plan to go back. Mo Chan glanced at them, and his gaze fell on Xianyuan Mose, who was standing at the side with his hands behind his back. Xianyuan Mose looked at him. I have some matters to attend to. I'll go back later. It wasn't easy for him to get married. He wanted to give his beloved woman the best of everything. Therefore, he was going to prepare the betrothal gifts himself. We'll go back with Master after a while, but it shouldn't be too long. Hui Lang grinned and ate a piece of cake. Fengjiu looked at Mo Chun and smiled helplessly. He wants to prepare the betrothal gifts himself. I told him not to go through so much trouble, but he didn't listen. Guan Shilin laughed. Xiao Jio, you don't have to worry. With his current strength, who can hurt him easily? Getting married is a big thing. Let him prepare. We'll go back first to arrange things. There are many things to do before the wedding. We'll be busy when we go back. Don't worry, Master. We will be responsible for the preparations. Du Fan said with a smile, waving the fan in his hand. There are so many of us. Do you think we won't be able to handle the wedding? Besides, there are quite a lot of people back there. Speaking of which, we haven't seen them for a long time. Hearing Du Fan mention them, the others smiled. They knew that he was talking about the Feng Wei and the others over there. After leaving for so many years, they were finally going back. No matter who it was, they were all happy and looking forward to it. The group of people chatted and laughed for a while. After eating some food, they packed up and prepared. After bidding farewell to the sect leader and the others, they flew into the sky on their swords and arrived at the path of immortality. Xianyuan Mose, Hui Lang, and Ying Yi saw them off. The group of people followed Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu into the path of immortality. As soon as they entered the path of immortality, it was as if they were stepping on flat ground. They couldn't help but look down. CK and Mu Xin also came out to see them off. They sent them to the path of immortality in the mortal world. Fengjiu released the flying ship and let them board first. Then, he looked back at Xianyuan Mose. He walked forward and hugged him. I'll wait for you at home. Don't make me wait too long. Chapter 34:28. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose's lips curled up slightly. His deep black eyes were filled with gentleness. He held her waist with both hands and lowered his head to plant a kiss on her forehead. And it won't be long. His big hand stroked her black hair. His deep voice was magnetic as he said, "Go." Fengjiu stepped back and looked at him deeply. Then, she turned around and walked forward. She took a deep breath and jumped onto the spaceship. She stood at the bow of the spaceship and looked at him, until the spaceship slowly flew away and gradually disappeared from her sight. His figure was also covered by the white clouds. Only then did she retract her gaze and sat down among the crowd. "Mother, do you miss Father? When will Father come back?" Howard came to her side. His pair of small hands hugged one of her arms as he looked up and asked, "When he's done with his business, he naturally won't come back. It won't be long," Fengjiu said with a smile. She reached out and rubbed his head. Mo Chen glanced at her. His gentle and calm eyes had a trace of undetectable gentleness. Just as he was about to look away, his eyes flashed slightly. He looked behind the spaceship and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Someone's coming from behind. Hearing this, everyone turned around to look. They saw a white figure on a flying sword coming towards them. That elegant white robe fluttered in the wind. The elegant demeanor of an immortal was very pleasing to the eye. It's Junju Shang? Guan Shilin looked at the gradually approaching figure in surprise. Then, he smiled at Fengjiu and said, "It seems that he's coming for Qianhua." Fengjiu's gaze also fell on Junju Shang. Seeing that he had actually followed them, he couldn't help but feel moved. Could it be that he had guessed it? That why he followed them? It seems that our journey will be quite lively. Fengjiu chuckled. Seeing that he was outside the spaceship, he waved his sleeves and opened the barrier around the spaceship to let him in. Junju Shang strode in and put away his flying sword into his sleeve. He looked at the people on the spaceship who were looking at him with interest. He calmly glanced at them, and his gaze landed on Fengjiu, who was dressed in red. He walked towards her. "Why did you follow me? Aren't you going to look for my sister?" "My sister isn't on this ship." Fengjiu chuckled and gestured to Leng Hua. Leng Hua stood up and stepped back to make room for him. At the same time, he took a wine glass and placed it on the table. Then, he retreated to sit behind Fengjiu. Jun Jueshang walked forward and lifted his robe. He sat down beside Fengjiu and said, "If I follow you, she will appear." He had just heard the news that they were going back to get married. Since they were going to get married, Wanyin Xianhua and her were sworn sisters. It was impossible for her not to appear. Therefore, after knowing that they had left, he immediately rushed over. He knew that he didn't need to look for her. As long as he followed her, she would appear when the time was right. Hearing his words, Fengjiu smiled playfully. He took a sip of wine and asked, "Aren't you not interested in her? Why are you looking for her like this? When you really find her, how are you going to deal with your relationship with her?" Chapter 34:29. For a moment, he was at a loss. Even now, he still couldn't understand his own heart, let alone his feelings for her. Seeing him sitting there in a daze, as if he was lost in thought, Fengjiu's smile deepened. In love, many people are blinded by the situation. Even Jun Jushang was the same. However, since this matter was related to her sister's happiness, she would naturally give them some pointers. At least, she could save them a lot of detours. The spaceship flew in the sky. Some of the people who had nothing to do were sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Some were resting with their eyes closed, some were drinking wine, and some were chatting. In the evening, when the sky was about to turn dark, the spaceship suddenly made a loud bang. The entire spaceship shook violently, causing everyone in the spaceship to immediately stand up and look around. Bang! Another heavy blow hit the spaceship. The spaceship shook, and the people standing in the spaceship also shook. Fengjiu frowned slightly. She looked at the huge ship that had come behind their spaceship at some point in time and was ramming into their spaceship. "Master, let's go out and take a look," Du Fan and the others said as they flew out. Seeing this, Guan Shilin snorted loudly. "Who dares to hit us with a ship? They're really bold." He was sleeping when he was suddenly woken up by someone. At this moment, he was in a bad mood. He immediately went out and was ready to teach those people a lesson. As they left the spaceship's boundary, Fengjiu's mind moved. The spaceship slowly descended and stopped in the forest below. Almost at the moment when their spaceship stopped, the surrounding cultivators on their swords surrounded them. Each of them stared at the magnificent spaceship with greed in their eyes. "Looks like this is a fat sheep. Such a magnificent spaceship. It's better than the ones we've seen before," a man said as he stared at the magnificent spaceship that stopped on the ground. "TSK, TSK. The women on the spaceship are also very beautiful," another man said as he stared at the women on the spaceship with lustful eyes. Because they were so focused on profit, they carelessly ignored the handsome men and beautiful women on the boat. Moreover, each of them had an extraordinary bearing. At this moment, they only thought that their luck today was really extraordinarily good. Just by looking at them, they knew that they would make a lot of money today. They went forward to grab the people on the spaceship, but found that they couldn't enter the boundary. They tried to cut it with their swords, but they were also bounced away. Just as they were feeling depressed, they suddenly felt something dripping on their faces. They thought it was rain, but when the smell of blood entered their noses, they couldn't help but be shocked. "Blood! It's blood!" They looked up abruptly and saw broken limbs falling from above. Some fell on their bodies, while others fell around them. It was a shocking sight. The 20 or so cultivators below cried out in alarm and retreated a few steps. They looked up warily. Not long after, they saw a few figures coming over on a light breeze. The murderous aura that emerged from their bodies made them break out in cold sweat. It was only at this moment that they realized that these people were not ordinary people. Chapter 34:30. Who are you people?" One of them asked in a trembling voice as he retreated, looking for an opportunity to escape. They had done so many things, but they had never encountered such terrifying prey. No, they must be blind to think that they were prey. These people were clearly malefactors. Guan Shilin's fierce gaze swept over them, then said to Du Fan, "Take care of them. It's getting late, so let's rest here tonight." "Okay," Du Fan responded, opening the folding fan in his hand with a whoosh. In the next moment, the fan in his hand flew out, followed by his figure. His extremely fast movement technique was accompanied by a flash of cold light. Only screams could be heard, and the thick smell of blood filled the air. Not long after, the 20 or so rogue cultivators all fell to the ground dead. Fengjiu glanced outside and said, "Let's go somewhere else. We shouldn't be far from the town. Let's go to the city to rest." Hearing his words, everyone nodded. After Du Fan and the others boarded the flying ship, it flew forward again, finally arriving outside a city gate before the sky turned dark. After alighting from the flying ship, the group of people went into the city. Returning to this place after so many years, it had to be said that everything here was unfamiliar. However, they also had the power of the Phoenix Guards here. The group of people walked around the city, and after seeing the inn under their control, they went in. "Mother, can we go to the night market in the city after dinner?" Hal blinked his clear eyes and looked at her, his delicate little face filled with hope. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled slightly. "Sure, after dinner, we'll go to the night market." "That's great. Thank you, Mother." The little guy jumped up and down excitedly with a smile, but he felt that this was not good, so he quickly stood properly, because there were many of them. After checking into the inn, Lung Hua went to the shopkeeper and found out that the inn only had a few rooms and a few guests. Therefore, he told the shopkeeper not to accept any more guests. The group of people ate on the first floor of the inn, while Lung Hua, Du Fan, and the others stayed behind to deal with some matters. After all, there were many things to do to contact the Phoenix Guards. As for Guan Shilin and the others, seeing that Fengjiu and the other women went to the night market, they did not follow them, but went back to their rooms to rest first. When the sky darkened, Fengjiu and the others entered the city and attracted the attention of all parties in the city. However, they had been away for many years, and in such a city, not everyone could recognize Fengjiu and the others. Therefore, although some people were curious, they did not know their identities. Until nighttime, when Fengjiu brought Lung Hua, Bai Qingsheng, Qin Exine, and Hao out to the night market, the four beautiful women walking together could almost cause a huge commotion. Moreover, no matter whether it was appearance or bearing, the four of them were incomparable to ordinary people. Even the daughters of the aristocratic families in the city became inconspicuous in front of them. Especially among the four of them, Fengjiu, who was dressed in an extremely dazzling red robe, was even more outstanding when compared to the other three. Even if their appearances were superb, at a glance, the most outstanding and the most eye-catching one was Fengjiu, who had a lazy smile on his face. Chapter 34-31. The man in luxurious clothes revealed a smile that he thought was handsome and unrestrained. He looked expectantly at the beautiful women in front of him. His gaze swept across the four of them before finally landing on Fengjiu, who was dressed in red with a languid and wanton air. Compared to the other three, the woman in red had a wanton air about her. Her languid and casual movements inexplicably tugged at his heartstrings, causing him to be unable to tear his eyes away from her. Lung Shuang and the other two who were following behind Fengjiu saw the man staring straight at their master. A frosty expression appeared on their faces, but since their master did not speak and the other party did not make any other moves, it was not appropriate for them to make a move. Fengjiu looked at the man in luxurious clothes in front of her, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her indifferent voice carried a hint of laziness as she said, "No need, please make way." The world loved beauty, so the man's actions were normal. After all, she knew that they would not be calm once they came out. As long as the man's actions did not go overboard, she would not casually make a move. Hearing the woman's indifferent voice, the man's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but take a step forward. However, the moment he took a step forward, Lung Shuang, who was standing on Fengjiu's left, swept a cold glance and sent the man flying several meters away with a palm strike. She could tolerate the man staring at their master, but she could not allow him to take half a step closer to their master. Bang! Puffed! Young master! In an instant, the scene became chaotic. The man fell heavily to the ground. Due to the surge of his blood, a mouthful of blood surged from his chest and spat out from his mouth. The guards were so shocked that they rushed forward to check on him. Two of them even glared angrily and drew their swords from their waist to step forward. "Stop!" The man in luxurious clothes hurriedly shouted. He did not bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared angrily at the two guards. "What are you doing? If you disturb the beauties, I will hold you responsible." When Fengjiu heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched. She was speechless. Even Lung Shuang and the other two glanced at the man strangely after hearing his words. Hao Er, who was holding Feng Jiu's hand, quietly looked at the man and then at his mother. He couldn't help but think that his mother was so beautiful and his father wasn't by her side. It seemed that he had to protect his mother on behalf of his father and not let other men get close to her. Let's go. Feng Jiu held Hao Er's hand and walked forward, passing by the man in luxurious clothes. Lung Shuang and the other two followed. However, they saw that the man was not afraid of death and went forward again. He jogged to 3 steps in front of their master and bowed in a strange manner. It's all my fault for being rude just now. Please don't take it to heart. Actually, I don't have any ill intentions. The man hurriedly said. Hearing this, Feng Jiu stopped walking. She glared at him and said, If that's the case, then stop bothering us. Seeing this, the man hurriedly said, But miss, do you really not need someone to lead the way for you? I'm familiar with this city. I know where the night view is the best, and where you can find the most popular rouge and face powder. We don't need it. Feng Jiu glanced at him indifferently. There was already some impatience in her eyes. Goo. The man was about to say something when he saw a cold and delicate child suddenly walk in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Chapter 34-32. Hearing these soft and cold words, the man in luxurious clothes was startled and didn't react in time. Mother? Hao Er's little face darkened. Are you stupid? This is my mother. Why are you calling her mother? When Feng Jiu heard this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her smile was as if spring had returned and all living things had come back to life. It was so beautiful that it was indescribable, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. When the surrounding gazes fell on her, Feng Jiu frowned imperceptibly. She didn't say anything and just kept her smile. She held Hao Er's hand and walked forward. The 3 people behind her followed quietly. It was unknown if he was still in a daze, but the man in luxurious clothes stared blankly as Feng Jiu and the others walked away. It wasn't until they were out of his sight that he muttered, Her child is already so big. I really don't know what kind of man is worthy of such a peerless beauty. When the guard behind him heard his young master muttering, he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. That woman wasn't simple. No matter what kind of man he was, he couldn't be their young master. Feng Jiu brought Hao Er and Lung Shuang to the night market. They didn't stay out for too long. After all, they still had to continue on the road tomorrow and had to go back to rest. What made her a little unhappy was that there were many people staring at them, both in the open and in the dark. Being stared at and sized up by so many pairs of eyes while shopping was really not a pleasant thing. Therefore, after returning to the inn, she also gave instructions that after waking up tomorrow, they would leave this place and first go to 100 River City's Heavenly Pill House to take a look. The next morning, Feng Jiu ate breakfast downstairs. Lung Shuang brought Qin Xin to the market to buy some food to eat on the road. The others also woke up one after another. A few guests in the inn looked at the group of people eating breakfast downstairs with some surprise. No other guests had come in since yesterday. Obviously, this inn had been booked by them. This inn was considered one of the best in the city, and the price was also expensive. Those who could stay here were not ordinary people. Now that they looked at the group of people downstairs, they were even more curious. Who were these people? And Mo Chun, who was dressed in white, walked out of the room. She glanced at the people who were looking down from upstairs and then went downstairs. Not long after, Guan Shilin from another room also walked out. He yawned and stretched. Brother, are you all out to play with your family? A middle-aged man smiled and cupped his hands at Guan Shilin as he asked. Guan Shilin looked at him and said, Yes, I guess so. Haha, I see that you all have an extraordinary bearing. I think you must be from a big family. My surname is Yang. How should I address you? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. He was curious about this group of people. After all, this group of people, regardless of whether they were men or women, were extremely outstanding. Moreover, it was obvious that the woman in red was the backbone of this group. Even so, the man in front of him, as well as the other 2 men in loose white robes who looked like immortals, had extremely extraordinary bearings. He couldn't help but be curious. Who exactly were these people? Why were they all so outstanding? Guan Shilin smiled and said loudly, "Me? My surname is Guan." With that, he walked downstairs. Chapter 34-33. Jun Jushang also walked out of the room at this time. He looked like an immortal who didn't eat the food of mortals. His indifferent and distant attitude made the people standing on the second floor want to go forward. However, they hesitated and didn't dare to disturb him. He walked past those people and went downstairs. He sat down at the table where Feng Jiao, Imo Chun, and Guan Shilin were sitting. He casually and naturally picked up the porridge on the table and ate some snacks. After he finished eating, he wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at Feng Jiao. "I remember that she seems to be from here." Hearing this, Feng Jiao knew what he meant. She smiled and said, "Yes, but I have never been to my sister's family." Jun Jueshang looked at her and remained silent. He did not speak again. Imo Chun looked at Jun Jueshang and saw that his face no longer had the hesitation and confusion when he talked about Wanyan Xinhua. He knew that he had made up his mind and thought about his feelings clearly. Thus, a gentle smile appeared on his lips. It seems that after drinking Jio and Mo Zay's wedding wine, we will be able to drink your wedding wine soon. Jun Jueshang, who had just picked up his teacup and was about to take a sip, heard this. His hand froze for a moment. However, he thought of something and his expression slowly returned to normal. He did not speak too bluntly and only said, "There will be a chance." Hearing this, Feng Jiao raised her eyebrows and a smile appeared on her face. She held her chin with one hand and a teasing smile appeared in her eyes. "It's just that it will be a little difficult to get my sister to nod her head." Moreover, that Jun Jushang couldn't help but ask, "Besides what?" Jun Jushang asked when he saw that she had stopped talking halfway and the smile on her face was somewhat baffling. "Haha, I can't say it. Feng Jiao shook her head calmly. She thought to herself, "If I say it, will there be a good show to watch?" She was now thinking, when Jun Jueshang saw her sister with a big belly, would he look like he had seen a ghost? Just thinking about that scene made her want to laugh. On the other side, Lung Shuang and Qin Xian were shopping outside. In addition to some dry food, pastries, and meat, they also bought some local fruits and some snacks. "Is there anything else you want to buy?" Lung Shuang looked at Qin Xian and asked. Qin Xin shook her head. "We bought almost all the food we need. We've also bought some snacks for the little master. There's nothing else we need to buy. And then let's go back. Master and the others have to wait." Lung Shuang said. Just as they were about to walk back, they saw the pedestrians covering their noses and avoiding them, looking at the street behind them with disdain. Seeing this, the two of them stopped and looked back. They saw a group of 50 to 60 people, old and young, with tattered clothes and disheveled hair, being herded into the city. Those people's hands and feet were chained with black iron, and they staggered as they walked. Their bodies were covered with whip scars, and every one of them seemed to be severely dehydrated. Their lips were cracked, and blood seeped out. "What are you looking at? What's so good about a group of slaves? Get out of the way." The surrounding guards held whips in their hands and shouted at the onlookers. The whips in their hands fell to the ground, making a paw sound. Chapter 34-34. Phew! Seeing the whip, Qin Xian couldn't bear it. She moved her fingers, and a breath hit the man's hand holding the whip. The man cried out in pain, and the whip in his hand fell to the ground. "Who dares to attack me?" The guard cursed angrily. He looked at his red wrist and glanced around. Qin Xian looked away and explained to Lung Shuang next to her in a low voice, "It's just a 7 or 8-year-old child. I couldn't bear to hurt him." She was worried that Lung Shuang would blame her for causing trouble. After all, they came out with their master and couldn't cause unnecessary trouble here. "You didn't hit him too hard." As Lung Shuang spoke, she glanced at the guard who was scolding him. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, she suddenly trembled. She looked at the tall figure in astonishment, which was rare for her. Hearing her words, Qin Xian was relieved. However, she felt that something was wrong with her, so she asked, "What's wrong?" Following her line of sight, a tall man stepped forward to help the child up from the ground. At this moment, the guard had already picked up the whip on the ground and lashed out at the man and the child with the anger from before. Qin Xian was about to make a move. After all, with Lung Shuang's words just now, she was not so worried. However, she never expected that before she could make a move, Lung Shuang, who was next to her, had already shot out like a gust of wind and kicked the guard who was holding the whip out of the way. She was slightly stunned and a little surprised. Was it someone she knew? She immediately followed him. Who is it? When the surrounding guards saw the cold and elegant woman in tight black clothes kick their brother away, they immediately surrounded her and questioned her. Lung Shuang didn't look at the dozens of guards. He just stared at the tall man seriously. After seeing his surprised eyes, he asked, Gu Xiangyi? The tall man, Gu Xiangyi, quietly looked at the cold woman in tight black in front of him. There was surprise, astonishment, and surprise in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He just nodded. He recognized her. She was Lung Shuang, Feng Jiu's confidant. If she was here, Feng Jiu must be here too. Since they parted that year, he didn't expect that they would meet again in such a situation. It made him sigh and sigh with emotion. At this time, he felt more relieved. He had been worried all the way. Finally, at this moment, he saw a familiar person and felt relieved. If it was someone else, he wouldn't feel at ease. However, Feng Jiu was someone he knew. Their journey of suffering was finally coming to an end. At this moment, he was incomparably glad that he was able to meet Lung Shuang here and that she had also recognized him. Lung Shuang looked at him and frowned, asking, Can't you speak? After seeing him nod his head again, he coldly glanced at the guard around him and ordered, Unlock their locks. Bitch, how dare you block our way? Brothers, let's go. Catch her. The leader of the guards immediately shouted and motioned for the others to rush forward. Lung Shuang didn't make a move because Qin Xin came to her side with a zither in her arms. She plucked the strings, and the sound of the zither came out. It turned into streams of air and sent the guards who rushed forward flying, but didn't hurt the innocent people around them. Chapter 34-35. It's Qin Xian's zither, said Lung Hua as he walked out of the inn and looked outside. Feng Jiu stood up and said to Mo Chun and Junji Shang, You guys stay here and drink some tea. I'll go take a look. As he spoke, he had already walked out. Lung Hua and Du Fan followed him, while Guan Shilin stayed behind to accompany Mo Chun and Junji Shang. Actually, even if something happened here, they didn't have to worry. No one in the upper realm dared to provoke her, let alone in the lower realm. Come, let's drink. Guan Shilin called out to the two of them and continued the previous topic, while Bai Qing Chang sat with Hao on the side, waiting for them to return. On the other side, the guard were beaten to the ground one by one in a sorry state. Some of them couldn't take it and spat out blood, while others took advantage of the chaos and quickly blended into the crowd to escape. At this moment, the surrounding people were all staring at the beautiful woman holding the zither in her arms, dumbfounded. She had only lightly plucked the strings of the zither, but she had actually made the dozens of guards fall to the ground and spit out blood one by one. At this moment, the only thing that appeared in the minds of the people was, you really can't judge a book by its cover. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that such a delicate woman could be so destructive? Do you know her? Qin Xian looked at Lung Hua with a gentle smile on her lips. Yes, Lung Hua responded. Qin Xian walked forward and walked among the guards. She took a bunch of keys from the waist of the leader and handed it to Lung Hua. Lung Hua took it and handed the keys to Gu Xiangyi. My master is right in front. I'll take you to see her. Hearing this, Gu Xiangyi used the keys to undo the chains on her hands and feet, then helped her father to undo the chains on his hands and feet. She then handed them to the people behind her and let them undo the black iron chains. It didn't take long for them to break free from the shackles. They supported each other as they walked towards Lung Shuang and Qin Xin. However, right at this moment, a stern shout that contained a powerful pressure resounded. At the same time, a wave of killing intent swept towards the members of the Gu clan. Want to leave? Leave your lives behind. The voice shouted, and the wind from a palm also attacked the people of the Gu family. It was as if they didn't care about human lives and wanted to take their lives with a wave of the hand. At this time, not only were the people of the Gu family unable to speak, but even their spiritual auras had disappeared without a trace. They were like ordinary people and couldn't avoid this fatal blow at all. Seeing this scene, Lung Hua, who was dressed in black, flew out. When her black figure swept out, she moved her hands and a strong pressure surged out. As she struck out with her hands, the strong airflow that contained a strong pressure knocked back the opponent's airflow. The two airflows collided, causing the middle-aged man to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew straight out and hit the wall of the city gate. Bang! Gotcha! His body slammed into the wall and then fell to the ground. Immediately after, the sound of the wall cracking could be heard. In the next moment, a loud rumble could be heard. After the wall cracked open, it suddenly rolled down and smashed towards the middle-aged man who had fallen to the ground. Ah!